Good morning. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:02 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning ASL interpretation, in addition to Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services, will be provided for effective participation in today's meeting. Please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for today's meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available on our website, www.michigan.gov/MICRC, for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the website in addition to written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting the website, which is once again www.michigan.gov/MICRC. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the public watching and public record, I will now turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, Commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending the meeting remotely, and unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the city, township, or village and the state from which you are attending the meeting. I will call commissioners' names in alphabetic order, beginning with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present.
Commissioner Curry,
Present.
Commissioner Eid,
Present.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner Curry. Can you please share where you're joining remotely from, Commissioner Curry?
Yes, remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella. Commissioner Vallette,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have 11 commissioners present. You do have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
We'll now go to adopt the agenda. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view today's agenda on our website, www.michigan.gov/MICRC. Are there any motions, commissioners?
Move we adopt the agenda. Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Lett to adopt the agenda, seconded by Commissioner Muldoon. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Commissioner Zatella, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I just logged in, so I wanted to let you know I was here.
Commissioner Zatella, can you tell us where you're joining the meeting remotely from?
Yes, I'm dialing in remotely from Wayne County, Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Without objection, I'll now ask MICRC Executive Director Woods to present the purpose of today's public hearing. Is there any objection, commissioners? Hearing none, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Eden. Welcome. We're very happy to be here at Detroit Martin Luther King High School for our public hearing. And if you can see the slides, we will go over it briefly because we really want to hear from you. We'll express appreciation to Detroit Martin Luther King High School and their team and their principal, Damian Perry. We'd like to thank the Assistant Superintendent, Alicia Merriweather, and the Associate Director of Auxiliary Services, Eric Jenkins, for making this possible. We also want to give a shout out to our community organizations, civic leaders, and volunteers who are helping us throughout today. History of the MICRC. In 2018, Michigan voters passed Proposal 2, a ballot initiative for voters and not legislators to take responsibility for nonpartisan redistricting, and created the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, comprised of 13 randomly selected Michigan residents. That includes 4 who affiliate with the Democrats, 5 who are unaffiliated, we call them independents, with either the Democrats or the Republicans, and 4 who affiliate with the Republicans. The MICRC is responsible for redistricting the U.S. Congressional, Michigan House, and Michigan Senate districts. The MICRC is required by the Constitution to follow these 7 ranked redistricting criteria in ranked order. 1, equal population in the Voting Rights Act. 2, geographically contiguous. 3, reflect states' diversity and communities of interest. 4, no disproportionate advantage to any political party. 5, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent elected official or a candidate. 6, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. And number 7, be reasonably compact. The Western Michigan District Court in the Southern Division, basically based out of Kalamazoo, found the commission drew maps focused on race in violation of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, and disenfranchised Black voters. There was no finding regarding the Voting Rights Act. The court ordered the commission to reconfigure the state Senate districts 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, and 11, and not focus on race. Why should you care about redistricting? Redistricting is your chance to make sure your voice and your community's voice is heard and represented. Redistricting can keep your community together. So we encourage people, hashtag, to show up, speak up. Whether you come here in person, whether you come remotely, or whether you participate on the public comment portal or the mapping comment portal, it's important that you show up and speak up on behalf of yourself as well as your community. Redistricting will help make sure your elected officials reflect your values on important issues such as healthcare, education, public safety, and justice. Why we are here today. We are here today to hear directly from you regarding the 6 draft proposed collaborative maps and the 6 individual maps. In the back of the room, you will notice that we have maps that deal with the prior redistricting cycle from 2011 to 2021, the Linden map, which was used in 2022, and then the 12 proposed maps in the back. We also have Ryan Taylor, who is here, who's waving his hand in the back, where if you have any minor tweaks or suggestions to the maps, you can talk to Ryan and then come before the commission and share your perspective. Number two, we want to understand what map best represents you and your community of interest, as is or with minor tweaks. As I shared earlier, that's why Ryan is here to assist. Number three, we can learn from your feedback to select the best map in compliance with the court order and the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. We do have some public guidelines that we expect people to follow. We have had no incident, and we don't expect today to be any different. Number one, you have 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes to speak, and can return for an additional 2 minutes to speak, whether you're online or in person. Number two, you have to address the commission as a whole and not an individual member. Number three, any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous or disruptive while addressing the commission may be requested to leave the microphone. Number four, if any person disrupts the orderly progress of a meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and/or order their removal from the meeting. Number five, we want to thank you in advance for complying with these guidelines. Last not least, we want to encourage you again to show up, speak up. You can like or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, or TikTok at Redistricting MI. You can subscribe to the MICRC YouTube channel, or once again, as a reminder, you can also make comments on the public comment portal or the mapping comment portal at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I repeat, www.michigan.gov/MICRC. If you want to call us, you can call us at 1-866-MAP-FAIR. That's 1-866-MAP-FAIR. That's 1-866-627-3247 for questions or more information. Once again, welcome to Democracy for the People, by the People, as it's called with redistricting with this Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. Thank you so much. And Mr. Chair, I return it back to you.
Thank you, Executive Director Woods. We'll now move on to the public comment portion of today's meeting. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. We will start with live public comment first, followed by remote public comment in chronological order. Just like to once again remind folks that we will be here until 7 p.m. And as long as you're here signed up before 7 p.m., we will hear from you. There's also an opportunity to sign up to speak for a second time if you're not able to get all of your thoughts out during your first allotted 3 minutes. Currently, we have 2 members of the public here in person who signed up to speak. The first being Valerie Kendall. Good morning, Valerie.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I really appreciate this opportunity as a resident and a citizen that we're able to weigh in on this redistricting. Presently, I am the mayor of Harper Woods, and I was very concerned that my present Senator Kevin Hertel will somehow be I will be redistricted out of his district. So I'm here to say that I really support the Callum map of redistricting because I've been involved in our community since 2012 as an elected official. And this is the first time that I've had a senator that really cared about my community and what we represent. And his thoughts and he would act on. So I certainly did not want to be redistrict out of Senator Patel's district. So that's why I'm supporting the Calum redistricting map. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Could you let us know what district that is? You said you were in Harper Woods, right?
I believe I'm in 10. I'm sorry, it's 11. And that goes from Harper Woods, a part of Grosse Pointe Woods, the shores, and then it goes St. Clair Shores and goes all the way up and up until Macomb County. Well, with the redistricting, it keeps me with the Grosse Pointes, which I'm very happy to be about, but it also still carries us through Macomb County. But still, it will be under Senator Hertel. And that's all I care about, really. When you get someone that really works for your community, you want to keep them stay within that district. And I really appreciate that. I'm also here to speak on behalf of my club. I was the first person that said that we would come today. So when I get the second opportunity, I will bring up the resolution by my other club. Thank you very much, guys, for this opportunity.
Thank you for the clarification. Next up to speak is Lance Meadows.
Good morning, Commission.
Good morning.
I'm here on behalf of ARPI and decisions on these maps. It's quite a few that I like, I'm just hoping that you do the right things and make the community equal. It just be fair. Just be fair with us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. We might have a question for you. Commissioner Lang?
I'm sorry, Chair, not a question. I would just ask that the public please speak up a little bit more. I don't know about any other online, but I'm having a hard time hearing and I have my volume turned all the way up. So if they could speak directly into the microphone, that would probably help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lang, could you hear the first speaker?
The first speaker was really low also. I had my ear kind of right up to the computer. This gentleman, when his last words before he walked away, I could hear much better. So if they speak right into the microphone, I think that'll help.
Gotcha. Thank you. Next up is Catrice Braxton.
Hi, my name is Latrice. How y'all doing today? How y'all doing today?
Great. How are you?
Well, I was here yesterday and I had commented on the Cardinals map, 373. But as I looked at it more, I see that it would be better that we do the map 404 and 376 Heron map, because it gives more Democrats in that area. It seats 20. And I think that by doing that, it would have helped the voters in the community to elect the candidate that understand their issues much better than any other ones. So I will hopefully y'all consider them two maps. And That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Latrice.
Commissioner Eid,
Commissioner Stella?
could you ask her to repeat the second map? She said that she preferred, I know she said 404, but the number of the one after it was the one I couldn't quite catch.
I believe she said Heron, 376.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the in-person public comment for now. If more folks sign up, we will resume the live in-person comments, but for now, we can move on to remote public comments. We have 17 folks who have signed up to provide virtual public comment at today's meeting. The first being Dylan Linklater.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you again for doing this and for allowing us to all speak. I just wanted to speak also in favor of map 404. I think I currently live in Rochester, and I just think in general the map 404 does a really good job of making District 9 covered fairly, sensible approach for that. And I also think in Rochester, like it creates like a Rochester road corridor between Rochester, Rochester Hills, and Troy, which I think is really, really nice. And before I moved to Rochester, I lived in Madison Heights, and I think it kind of reunites Madison Heights with Warren as well. I think that that's really a sensible approach to keep Madison Heights in Oakland County. So for all of those reasons, I really think that map 404 is a really sensible approach. I think you guys have done a great job, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to us.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Ani.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Firstly, thank you all for your hard work that you're doing, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a resident of Brownstown and Downriver, the proposed state Senate District 4 is a strong district for Downriver residents that keeps our community of interest together in map 404. Thank you for proposing a map with a district that keeps our Downriver area community of interest together. Additionally, this map, Satella 404, is the best map that complies with the requirement for partisan fairness. Please adopt this map to best reflect the original intent of what Michiganders voted for back in 2018. It is your duty to respect the will of the people, as that is the source of legitimate authority for government action. Do not forget that the proposal that created this commission passed in 2018 with 80 of Michigan's 83 counties voting in favor. Please adopt map 404 for its keeping of the Downriver community of interest in District 4 together, as well as for its firm commitment to partisan fairness. Thank you all for your hard work on this process, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is James Gallant.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, James. Good morning.
All righty. James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. So, Chair Eid, you just violated the rules again. Just when you said at the beginning, you did not say without objection by unanimous consent that you were going to assign the floor to Department of State staff to take note of the members present. Constitution clearly says the secretary will take roll and establish quorum. So you didn't really do it, and you're not accepting. You're not yielding to the objections. You're just plain not doing it. So this is how you, as the MICRC collectively, can slow down to get up to speed on the Robert's Rules instructions. You can assume a main motion to approve the final maps and divide that question into 12 draft maps, which you've already approved. Remember, you had no discussion after the first couple maps, and then your lawyer said, you might want to kind of say something because you are required to have discussion after the motion. And so you started doing that, and then it's just semantics. And then you just lay those 12 on the table for future debate and deliberations. Now, remember when Commissioner Fink said, well, I know you're not in final deliberations or formal deliberations, right? Oh, this is informal deliberations. So that's sidebar. You got backdoor deals going on. This is like a criminal enterprise. This is the RICO Act. This is you're running this under rules that you don't even know what they are going to be next, Commissioner Ede. So you can face the Michigan Supreme Court while participating doing it, or you can correct it now. See what I mean? And then you would just be there saying, oh, well, I figured it out and I corrected it. So these instructions came from Mike Brady as the legal director of legal services for Michigan Department of State, the highest ranking legal opinion so far in this process up to the Michigan Supreme Court. So please do the right thing here and get back to Robert's rules, slow down, get up to speed on the actual rules, common law in America, which is Robert's Rules of Order, which you've been instructed very clearly. It's in the transcripts. I would encourage everybody in the community to just go to the transcripts, first few meetings, and you'll see how there was no rules until February. See, that means that you had to follow Robert's rules 100% absolute until you decided on some special rules of procedure. And you just kind of made those up on the fly, discuss them at the meeting, couple, 2-3 meetings, all of a sudden you change it into that. It morphs into it. That is Marxist style communism. And that's how that works. That's why Marx couldn't tell you what it was going to look like. This is just how ushers in communism, that Marxism, and it ushers in things like, like communist China and North Korea and all that. That's what ushers that in. And all of a sudden you give up your rights like you members have, and look at what they've done. He borrowed your votes to do these circumvent and contradict the state of being, our constitution, our semblance of order. So please correct that. This is how it works in America. I think you've conflated autonomy with sovereignty. You don't have sovereignty to change the common law in America, which was motion first, second, discussion, then vote. You were instructed that. That's how how did Mike Brady know that before you even started? And I noticed that.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up, we have Gabriella.
That participant is not present. The next participant that we have online that is present is Omar.
Hello?
Hello,
Hello?
Omar. Good morning. We can hear you.
Good morning. How are you doing? Hello, everyone. My name is Omar Jazerly. I live and grew up in Troy, Michigan, and I'm currently a student at Oakland University. I grew up in a Syrian immigrant family, and I live in a very diverse city. So for me, it is very important that the voting power of all our diverse communities is protected, including immigrant communities and communities of color. For that reason, I think that the stencil map and the Huron map, otherwise known as maps 404 and 376, are the best maps for protecting the voices of said communities and voters in different political views. Personally, I lean slightly more towards map 404 just because I want to keep the cities Troy and Rochester together, because I have a strong connection to the city of Rochester as well, because that's where I go to school and that's where the mosque I attend is. As a Troy resident, I also live in amongst a very large and vibrant Asian community, and keeping Asian communities together in Troy and Rochester is important for their voting power. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for the commission for all your hard work and listening to our voices. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up, do we have a Yusuf here?
Yes, hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Yusuf. I live in Troy, and I am a student at Oakland University. I am an Arab, American, and Muslim Syrian descent. As is the case, it is important for me that the Muslim and Arab communities have their voices heard in elections. As is the case, I think that the Heron or Satella maps, or maps 376 and 404, do the best job of protecting the voting power of Muslim and Arab communities. For example, the Muslim community in Hamtramck and nearby areas of Detroit are kept together in both maps. Same thing with the communities in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. That being said, if I had to pick between the two, I would choose the Heron map. Besides Troy, I personally spend a lot of time in Sterling Heights. I have a lot of friends there. My gym is there. and my family shops there often. The Heron map includes within Senate District 7, part of the east side of Troy, together with the west side of Sterling Heights. This section of Troy and Sterling Heights is the same section my family and I spend a lot of time in. And I know it is a common for many other families in my city and area to spend a lot of time in that area too. I appreciate the commission for continuing to listen to all of us as we are concerned citizens to work on drawing maps that protect our communities and protect democracy. Thank you for my time, or your time, sorry.
Thank you, Yusuf, for addressing the commission. Next up, we have Alex McGuire.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. Prior to 2024, there were exactly 4 comments in the Michigan Mapping Gallery that talk about the Chaldeans in the Sterling Heights area in a state Senate context. After 4 public comments in all of 2021, you got about 20 comments over the past 2 weeks from just 6 unique people. That should strike you as at least odd, but maybe it's just a few very motivated people. Then since yesterday, you've gotten 60 comments in support of Cardinal, all of which feature the following talking points, oftentimes copied and pasted literally verbatim. Quote, protects the Chaldean American community of interest. Quote, protects the Lake St. Clair community of interest by keeping Lakeshore District whole. Quote, adheres to the strict standards of the Michigan and United States constitutions. Quote, scores at the top of the partisan fairness measures adopted by the MICRC to judge maps. And many of these comments specifically say the Heron map, which happens to be the fairest map you have, should be rejected. These would be pretty persuasive talking points if they weren't so many and they weren't so obviously copied and pasted. They definitely sound like they were written by a professional, maybe someone who's been watching you and knows how to write talking points that will get your attention and push you toward the map the writer wants. And guess whose comment hits most of these points? Jamie Rowe, a high-ranking Republican political consultant based in Macomb County, whose clients include Republican candidates who run on the maps you draw. It is blatantly obvious that the instantaneous explosion of nearly identical testimony in support of Cardinal is a coordinated effort by partisan Republicans to trick you into adopting the map that favors their side, and into rejecting the Heron map, which is objectively fairest. Don't fall for it. If I still have time, I've got to point out that Republican campaigner Jamie Rowe said yesterday when he showed up to testify, he said, you should think about why the Chaldean COI is being sacrificed when other COIs are kept together. Honestly, there's no map that perfectly reflects every COI. That's not possible. Every single map you draw keeps some COIs together and hurts others. So the real question should be, why should one COI get so much more attention than any other? The answer is because it helps Jamie Rowe's business and his political party. Finally, we should ask why does a Republican operative like Jamie Rowe like the Cardinal map so much? Well, you heard the answer in testimony yesterday from a different Jamie with VNP. According to your own data as analyzed by VNP, when you look at close elections, the Cardinal map provides a big advantage to the Republicans. Jamie Rowe is smart enough to figure that out, and he's smart enough to try and trick you about it. This is just more evidence that you should look at the fairness of your maps in close races using your own data so that you can find out what maps will actually be fair in a close election. Again, don't fall for a paid Republican operative's ham-handed attempts to rig this process for his own and his party's benefit. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate all the work that you do.
Thank you, Alex. We might have a question for you, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, Alex, thank you for that observation. I actually monitor the portal several times a day, and there were over 40 comments that appeared within the scope of a couple of hours. I take screen captures as they're growing, and we're now up to, I think, 80 from just within about 36 hours with, as you said, the same copy and text pasted language. And then I also did the same analysis that you did where I went back through and I searched our 30,000 comments to look at what was said about the Chaldean community. And I agree that there was no mention whatsoever of these 3 churches that are now being highlighted. I do want to point out that I was raised Catholic. I'm a confirmed Catholic, so I'm familiar with the diocese within the Metro Detroit area. And the Chaldean Diocese of St. Thomas of the Apostle of Detroit, which is where those 3 churches belong to is actually consists of 9 churches, 6 of which are in Michigan. And actually, I should say Southeast Michigan. And there's actually 6 churches. So why 3 particular churches are being highlighted when they've never been mentioned to us before, seems a little suspicious as well, and just cherry picked to kind of reject certain maps. I will also say that for some of the 80 comments that have come in within the last 36 hours, if you search.
Order.
Commissioner Lang?
Yes, we're supposed to listen to, I respect Commissioner Zatella's, she puts in the work and everything. But right now, we're supposed to listen to the public and not discount public comment that has come in. So I think we should stick to the point of what our job is right now. I mean, no disrespect to Commissioner Zatella at all. I do know that she does her research and she does it well. But I think the whole point right now is to listen to the public, ask questions if we have it, not to try and discount other public comment. That can be done when we deliberate.
May I just conclude? My point is simply that we are paying attention, and we do notice when we receive comments like that, but thank you for bringing it to the attention of the rest of the commissioners.
I'll just say that just because comments come in at a particular time doesn't necessarily mean anything's going on. I certainly think that churches that are located in a Sterling Heights area is indicative of a COI. And I mean, I think you can make a lot of the points that the last speaker just brought up about a lot of comments that we've been hearing. But we do appreciate the comments, and all of us are paying attention to this whole process, rest assured. We'll move on to the next speaker. Wesley Wilson.
That participant is not present. The next participant you have who is online is Margaret.
Margaret, are you here with us today?
Yes.
Good morning, Margaret.
Good morning. Okay. My name is Margaret Shankler and I live in Ann Arbor, and I appreciated all the work you did for the first round of maps. I know it is exhausting, and that is probably why so few are commenting on these revised maps. We thought we would be back here in 10 years, not so quickly. I was a huge supporter of the citizens redistricting ballot measure, and I believe it worked as intended. In 2022, we had the most partisan fairness in districts across Michigan that we've had in decades. So that is why I'm speaking today. I urge you to protect partisan fairness as much as possible. I know it's number 5 on the criteria, but I think that you can make it a priority and accomplish all those above. In the minimal free time that I've had to examine the maps, I was disappointed that so many of them have worse partisan fairness than before. And while I understand the other factors, such as keeping communities intact, I don't agree that partisan fairness should suffer to the extent it does in many of these maps. To cut to the chase, my number 1 choice is the Zatella map. It scores very high on partisan fairness and seems to consider some of the public comments I've heard from communities of interest, specifically in Pontiac, provides the best chance for Black representation there, which I believe is really important. I'm really sad that the outcome of this redistricting could be that Black voters lose representation. That's just not fair. Overall, as I said, I believe the Zatella map provides the greatest opportunity for partisan fairness, and I urge you to vote for it. If it somehow doesn't pass, I would be okay with Heron or Kellum. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret, for addressing the commission. Also, we are going to hear from our partisan fairness expert, Dr. Lisa Hanley, at around 1:30 today. So I invite you to tune in. She's going to be speaking about the memo that Voters Not Politicians created and sent the commission. So invite you to watch. Next up, we have Avery.
That participant is not present. The next participant you have that's available online is Kelly.
Kelly, are you here with us today?
I am, thank you. And I'm glad you called on me because I didn't get an email verifying that I could speak. So my name is Kelly Goldberg. I live in Farmington Hills, and I'm speaking to you as someone who grew up in and worked in the city of Detroit for a lot of my life. And I would urge you to look at the Kellum map in large part because it preserves the voices of Detroit neighborhoods. I worked in the courts, I've worked in a hospital, and the neighborhood I grew up in, the University District, is sort of what people like to think of when they think of model Detroit. I My neighbors, by large part, had college degrees, were professionals. It wasn't the highest income in Detroit like Sherwood Forest and Palmer Woods, but there were a lot of elected officials, professionals, teachers, college professors, and I worry more about the people I served when I was in court, the public, people who took the bus, people who were working in the court system, whose families were um, dealing with the justice system. And having worked in different precincts during elections, those are the voices that need to be elevated. Those are the voices that, as Detroit, is, quote, re-elevated, we hear constantly about the struggles of neighborhoods and longtime Detroit residents to be heard. And right now, those voices are not being heard in Lansing because and on the national level because they've lost representation. So I would urge you to look at the Kellum map. And as a second choice, I would say the Zatella map is a good option. There are lots of communities of interest, but I don't think anyone has been more disenfranchised from the voting process than the Black community, especially Black voters at the lower socioeconomic end. So that's what I came on here to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Josephine.
That participant is not present. The next participant you have available for virtual public comment is Kyle.
Okay, Kyle Stefanski, are you with us today?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Kyle. We can hear you.
All right. Good morning. Well, thank you for allowing me to address the commission. My name's Kyle Stefanski. I'm a resident of Warren. I appreciate the work that you're doing. I know it's not easy work, but it's necessary work. I want to express my support for the Zatella 404 map. It is important to have partisan fairness, and this map demonstrates that. The city of Warren is kept together in this map, which is important. Also, the Bangladesh community of interest along the Ryan Road corridor is kept together, which is also important. This map also allows Madison Heights to be connected with Warren, which the two cities have a historic relationship with. So it also doesn't isolate Warren from Oakland County, which is important. I urge you to adopt the Zatella 404 map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kyle. Next up is Anthony Scannell.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Have any of the folks who signed up to speak up first time, have any of them reappeared?
Mr. James Gallant did. Oh, I'm sorry. You asked if anyone, it's hard to hear on this side of the room, so bear with me. It's a little echoey. No other participants who have not yet spoken and signed up are present at this time.
All right. Is there anyone who has signed up to speak a second time?
Yes, the answer to that one is Mr. James Gallant. My apologies. So I will go ahead and unmute him.
You don't need to apologize. We appreciate the work that you do. Mr. Gallant, welcome back.
Welcome. Do you hear me?
We can.
Oh,
Good
okay.
morning.
Thank you very much. James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. Well, Mr. Eid, you certainly have not been studying the Roberts rules. You said you're doing your best. That means that you would go home at night and study these rules so that you can preside properly. And what you just did was the most egregious breach I've ever seen a chair commit. You did not answer Commissioner Lang's point of order. To tell her continue, you let her continue, and you did not answer it to say, is this a violation of the rules? And you didn't answer that. And then you turned right around and then contributed your own to the deliberation on your own behalf towards exactly what she was just pointed at point of order to do, not to do. You didn't call her out of order. And then you did that. And then you didn't let all the other members then deliberate on that exact item that you did. And then hearing no objections, you bullied everybody. This is the peer pressure that I'm talking about. This that leads down the road to suicide. This is the peer pressure in people's lives. And this is there's a ProPublica article. I will submit it to the public portal about how California back in the day, they were fooled by this exact same thing. All this flood by this and that, and this all around it. Oh, and it just appears, it's like your perception. There's certain maps are certain ways. And you don't know these 80 people all of a sudden showed up and they all live in that community. They all in that community in the interest? Probably not. This is how the shenanigans turns into this. Please slow down and get up to speed with the Roberts rules, which you were instructed to do. You know how it worked. You know how it does work. And that means you are not going home and studying these rules. And what a point of order. You're supposed to read that written rule. If there is a written rule, you should have to read it. And then you say, okay, they did this. This is the written rule. And that's the answer you give. Not you get to make it up as a sovereign society that you're running. This is a secret society that you're running under our Constitution. You're going by completely just making it up. And I learned this many years ago. The chairs seem to just be owning the place. Like everybody thinks that they appointed you chair so that you could get to make the decision on their behalf. But you're only borrowing their vote. And this is absolute colluding to circumvent the Constitution. I believe this may cross the line to actual treason of.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. We do have somebody who signed up to speak a second time in person. Valerie Kendall. Give us a second. I don't think your mic is on. How about now?
Can you hear me?
There we
Yes,
go.
I can hear myself. Good morning. Thank you so very much for this opportunity. I am representing the Grosse Pointe Democratic Club. We, as a board member, we did a resolution to request the redistricting commission to adopt the proposed map, Calum number 403, for the new Michigan Senate District. And the reason we've done this is because all of our communities stay together and be able to, we share libraries, we share school districts, and we'll all be able to continue to do that and make the quality of life better for all of us in our community. So that is the reason that we are supporting a Calum number 403 district map. And I thank you guys for a very hard job that you guys are doing. It's the first time around. Many mistakes may have been made, but I believe the honesty and your heartfelt desire to serve the community is going to be shown forward. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Valerie. Could you please send the commission a copy of that resolution, perhaps?
Oh, yes, we will do.
That would
Thank
be
you.
great. Thank you. All right, it looks like that concludes the public comment for now. Once again, we will be here at Martin Luther King Junior High School off of Lafayette Boulevard in the heart of Detroit. Well, a little more on the east side, but we'll say the heart. Until 7 p.m. At this time, we will break. We'll come back at 11:30 and hopefully we have more comments then. Thank you.
Check, 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 check.
Just an update for folks, it is 11:30. However, we do not have anybody who has signed up to speak virtually and nobody has returned. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. We have nobody that has signed up to speak in person, and none of the members of the public who have signed up to speak virtually are in either. We'll extend this break until noon, and hopefully we'll have some more folks by then. Little update for all those watching on Zoom. We are still waiting for more folks to come through to participate in this public hearing. But as of now, we do not have anyone. We will try again at 12:20 before breaking for lunch at 12:30. All right, everyone, we do have one person who has signed up to speak, and he signed up for a second time allotment as well. Is there a Michael Davis here? While we are waiting for Michael, do we have anybody online who has come through?
We do not have anyone that has signed up previously. However, there is an individual who has raised their hand indicating a desire to speak. That individual is Jamie Rowe, if the commission would like to allow for that.
Yes, let's have him on. Good afternoon, Mr. Rowe.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I guess this is the world we live in today. Those who work on one side of the political divide attack and vilify anyone who dares to speak up and defend their interests if they are in conflict with the other side. You wonder why you have so few people in that room today willing to offer up comments on the path forward? Just look at the vile comments directed at me and you will find the answer. I didn't make up the rules for how this commission operates. The people of Michigan did when they passed the amendment to our Constitution, which created it. I and other citizens of this state have simply tried to abide by them. It is simply amazing that one member of this commission is allowed to organize, work with outside groups to push her map, and then joins in when a commenter personally attacks another commenter who points out that her map destroys a clear community of interest in the community in which I reside. This should be a clear message of the lengths that one member of this commission will go to get her way. If you believe that one commissioner didn't know that comment was coming and was prepared to join in, I have a bridge to sell you. That display was shameful. And also, to vilify Michigan residents who provide online comments is simply disgusting. This commission has done some solid work in creating and building maps that well represent all of the diversity of our state and meets all of the partisan fairness standards created by this commission. The Cardinal map is such a map. When those facts are pointed out, the other side attempts to move the goalposts and personally attack anyone who dares to point out those facts. They also changed the opinion of a woman today, earlier in this session. It's reprehensible and nothing more than an attempt for one member to force her judgment over yours, to bully her to your side. And let's face it, it isn't the first time. I love this state and I love my community. That's why I have tried to make my voice heard. I also live in an unconstitutional district, and I have put my faith and trust in the idea that this commission will do the right thing. Look past the theatrics and personal attacks and focus on the facts. I thank the members of this commission for your diligent work.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. I believe we do have a question from Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I actually don't have a question. I just want to respond to that. Since I'm being vilified, which is, I think, a violation of our ground rules.
Welcome to
I
the
at no point have worked with anyone on the outside to promote my map or any map, period. So that's just simply not true. Secondly, I didn't say anything about Mr. Rowe whatsoever. That was the commenter, Alex McGuire, who suggested that. I personally don't know who is behind the comments that were made about the Chaldean community, but there is some very strong similarities and some cut and pasting. That there's nothing wrong with that. It's allowed, but I didn't suggest Mr. Rowe was behind that. I personally don't think he was behind it, honestly. So I just want to make that clear that I in no way, shape, or form implicated Mr. Rowe in any way, shape, or form. That was actually Mr. McGuire. So to the extent that that is what happened, I don't think we should be having one commenter attacking another commenter. But yeah, I mean, I have not worked with anyone on promoting my map or any map. And I'm not on one side or the other. And I have nothing negative to say about Mr. Rowe whatsoever. He is welcome to advocate, as he has done in the past, for the Lakeshore community. And now he's advocating for the Chaldean community, and that's perfectly fine. However, we do sometimes receive these these bulk kind of call to actions, and it appears to be that's what those comments are, and that was merely my point.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Rowe, for your comments. We appreciate it. We'll now return to in person. Do we have Mr. Davis here? Yes, please approach. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon. Thank you. This is impromptu, so it'll be quick. I just want to, one, thank you all for the opportunity to address the commission. And thank you for the work that you are doing and that you are undertaking. Again, Promote the Vote is a coalition of statewide organizations that we've worked to watch all the maps that you all have put together. You worked with some of our partners in helping to either staff tables at some of these events and helping to put those things together. So between APIA Vote Michigan or Access or DHDC, there's also the NAACP, the ACLU of Michigan, and the League of Women Voters of Michigan are our three core partners. And the League of Women Voters specifically brought the lawsuit that challenged the partisan fairness on our maps, I believe in 2019. So as we are going through this process, I just want to clarify that my job with our coalition and our partners is to try to take the information that you all are putting out there and try to help distill it to make it accessible for them so that all of their communities and the folks that we work with can make the best decisions about these maps. That is what our scorecard did in terms of using our composite and looking at the performance of Michigan. Those scorecards and those grades and metrics were produced to help people kind of weed through, a first level check to look at what maps were still there that were meeting the most criteria and clearly keeping together or respecting those communities of interest. So wanted to make that clear that our scorecards were an attempt to make the information more accessible for our partners. Thank you for providing the information that you all have provided about your maps. I am in favor. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened while I was out in the hall, but I do think that Commissioner Zatella's map bad timing to walk back in on. Commissioner Zatella did a great job of looking at those communities of interest, sitting here, listening, and reflecting those into her map, along with the other criteria. That map, along with the Heron map, are performed the best by our metrics. I'm hoping that more people will show up and folks will continue to give their input about why the maps are the best for their particular communities, right? I'm looking at this from a holistic sense, but looking forward to more people coming to give you more feedback as you continue down this process, narrowing down to which maps are the best. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you for addressing the commission. We do have our partisan fairness expert, Dr. Lisa Hanley, with us after lunch at around 1:30. She's going to talk a little bit about partisan fairness numbers, more so on the metrics that VNP put out, which I understand is a little different than the metrics Promote the Vote put out. But that's kind of where, we invite all orgs to come and comment on our maps, of course, but when the metrics differ, it gets a little confusing. So we're going to hear from her about that, and I invite you to either stick around until then or watch online for that presentation. Thank you. All right, Department of State, are there any more folks online that have joined us?
There are not at this time.
All right, well, it is 12:30, commissioners. Can I get a motion to go to lunch? 12:30 to 1:30? Got a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Muldoon. Commissioner Weiss, thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, we will return at 1:30. All right, everyone, we're about to get started. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:35 p.m. Department of State, for the people watching and the public record, if we could please get a roll call.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, my pleasure. Commissioners, when I call your name, please say present. If your physical venue or location has changed since this morning's meeting, when I call your name, please share that venue or location. I'll begin out alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade. Present. Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry.
Present.
Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Lang.
Present.
Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present.
Commissioner Valette.
Present.
Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
And I'm going to go back to Commissioner Lett. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, you have 11 commissioners present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Department of State.
You're welcome.
At this time, we do not have anyone else who has signed up to provide public comment to the commission. I do see some folks looking at maps though, so I invite you to sign up to provide your comments whenever you're ready. We have a bunch of maps here today. The two all the way to my left, your right, are some of the old maps. You have the one created at the end, all the way to your right, the one created by the state legislature during the 2010 census cycle. Next to that, you have the Linden map that the commission created a few years ago. And the rest of the 12 maps are what we are here to decide between. So please take a look at all of them. Let us know what you like and what you don't like, and we'll take it from there. We will be here until 7 p.m. today. If anybody watching, anyone from the city of Detroit especially, would like to come provide comment, we will be here at Martin Luther King High School until 7 p.m. Next on the agenda are items for consideration. We do have with us Dr. Lisa Hanley and members from our legal team here to discuss some partisan fairness metrics. If there's no objection, we'll move on to that and hear from Dr. Lisa Hanley. Is there any objection, commissioners? Hearing none, we will proceed. I see we do have Dr. Hanley and Mr. Riley here on screen with us on the Zoom. Welcome to the both of you.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I have been asked by your executive director to comment on a report or a memo done by voters, not politicians. And in typical political science fashion, I created a PowerPoint, and I'm probably going to go into more detail than you wish, but I'd like to take about 15 or 20 minutes and go through my comments about this memo, if that is agreeable. I would need to be able to share my screen. Am I going to be able to do that? Yes, looks like I can. Okay, can you see my screen?
We can. Can those online see it? Commissioners joining us virtually.
can see it,
y'all
yes.
see it? Thank you, Commissioner Lang. I think we're good.
Okay, so the Voters Not Politicians produced a memo in which they urge you to look at 4 competitive elections, four very close elections, rather than look at the composite score as a whole. Now, the first thing I did was had the calculations checked, and those are all correct. We came up with the same scores over the same measures as the Voters Not Politicians came up with. The focus on the close elections, given that the state Senate contests appear to be close, makes some sense, but I believe that this has some unintended consequences. For a point of comparison, the EDS, or what's referred to in this memo as the MICRC composite index, is created using all 16 elections, all 16 statewide elections, beginning in 2022 and going through 2012 and going through 2022. The Voters Not Politicians chose the 4 most competitive or the closest elections, and they focused on those elections, and their composite score or aggregate score is based on only those 4 elections. So what happens is that the median difference scores are slightly different, and in a little over half of the cases, what it means is, although all of the plans favor Republicans with one exception, and that's in blue, the heron, according to the MICRC composite index and the VNP index. The VNP is the Voters Not Politicians index. The slightly more than half are actually lower for Republicans. They still favor Republicans, but it's slightly lower for Republicans using the VNP index. However, in terms of the efficiency gap, the every single contest, every single plan has an efficiency gap that favors Republicans more when you use the VNP aggregate index compared to the MICRC index. In terms of the lopsided margins, on the other hand, what you find is that the VNP index, well, again, all of the plans favor Republicans, but the packing of the districts, the lopsided wins for Democrats, is lower in all of, or maybe all but one, in 10 of the 12 plans, according to the VNP aggregate scores. So why is this? Why the difference? Well, first of all, setting the goal at 3% produced a small, less than representative set of elections. What you had is 3 out of 4 elections were won by Democrats by small margins. Another one was won by a Republican by a small margin. What you left out of that was 12 elections that were not incorporated. 9 of those were won by Democrats by more than 3%, and only 3 were won by Republicans by more than 3%. What that means is, by focusing on these close elections, you create, and leaving out these elections in which Democrats won by more, you're creating an electorate that looks more Republican with the VNP index, aggregate index, than with the EDS index. That's essentially what's happened. And this, what this more Republican electorate produces is a reduction in the number of wasted votes, wasted Republican votes. And that's why you see the efficiency gap increase, being more favorable to Republicans, but the lopsided margin scores are more favorable to Democrats because they are producing less heavily Democratic districts. Again, it's because selecting the contest that they did meant that the electorate, they anticipated an electorate that's more Republican than what would happen if you looked at all 16 contests. Some additional reasons for the differences. First of all, 3 of the 4 elections, or 75% of the elections they chose, were in presidential years when the turnout is higher than in years in which the state Senate elections occur. So the EDS composite index, 50% of the contests are in non-presidential and 50% are in presidential. Here we've got 75% of the contests in presidential elections. Another reason is that 2 of the 4 elections occurred in 2020. So 2020 makes up 50% of the composite index. What the EDS composite index does is it, regardless of how many elections were in, it weights by year, so that the fact that there is, say, 4 elections in one year and 1 election in another doesn't mean that the year in which there were 4 elections counts 4 times more in the composite score. Each year counts the same. Here, you've got 50% of the aggregate score being taken up by a 2020 contest, which, by the way, wasn't even a year where there was a state Senate election. When you weight by the 3 years that are included in the Voters Not Politicians aggregate index, you can see that the scores are lower for the efficiency gap, but almost always slightly higher for the mean median difference. It does make a difference that these election contests were not weighted by year. And the other thing I want to show is that there is a lot of volatility in these. When you look at separate elections, you can see that there's a big difference. Now, this is the efficiency gap for 2 elections, both occurring in 2020. So we're talking about the same plans, the same year, the same measures, but decidedly different scores, depending on whether you're looking at the 2020 presidential race or the 2020 US Senate race. So that is why the composite score is a better picture overall, because if you just focus on 1 or 2 contests, there's a lot of volatility and we're not really sure that the next election is going to replicate that, which contest it's going to look most like. Okay, this compares the mean median difference. The previous slide looked at the efficiency gap. In terms of the mean median difference, again, with the US Senate race, which Democrats won by a smaller margin, you can see that the mean median difference is usually larger. And it's, again, particularly larger when we're focusing on the efficiency. Okay, so what does this mean overall? Well, despite the differences, actually, when you look at the efficiency gap and the mean median difference, and you rank the plans by those 2 components, you will see that actually the same, 5 of the same 6 plans turn out to be the most, the lowest scoring, that is the fairest plans, albeit in a slightly different order. So the point is, it doesn't actually make that much difference, number one. Number two, the difference in scores aren't that dramatic when you compare this to what scores look like nationally. Here, this was from the Washington Post. It looks at some plans in, I think it's something like 41 states. And you can see that you've got scores that are much greater than the scores that we're talking about here. And here's some examples of some high scores. In terms of the efficiency gap, you've got North Carolina coming in at a 0.2, at a 25%. We're talking here about at the highest, maybe 4 or 5 or even 6%. And then in terms of the mean median scores, we can see again that high scores are floating around 12, and we don't have scores anywhere near that high. And finally, I just want to remind you that now voters, not politicians, are only looking at partisan fairness. You have to balance a set of redistricting criteria, and those criteria include some criteria that actually have a higher priority. So you can't base it on partisan fairness alone. Okay, that's my quick take on this. Any questions?
I have a couple questions, Dr. Hanley.
Good.
And thank you for the presentation. I'm trying to wrap my thoughts around it. I noticed that the close years that the memo chooses are not years where Senate elections take place. Is that correct?
That's correct for 3 of the 4 elections. The Attorney General 2018 election was in a Senate election year.
Okay, so 1 out of the 4 was, 3 out of the 4 was not. Would it make sense for us as a commission, when evaluating these Senate maps, to look at the years where Senate elections take place instead of the composite that has the 12-year history of election data in it? Or would you recommend just sticking with the composite? Like which data source is the best source, I guess, is my main question.
I would say that depends on whether you believe the electorate is, again, the voters, not politicians, is projecting an electorate that is more Republican than the composite index produced by EDS is predicting. I mean, that is essentially the difference between the two. I don't know Michigan politics well enough. I mean, it looks like it's trending Democrat, but that's because you had a lot of incumbent Democrats running in 2022. So I really don't know the answer to that question. But I think it has more to do with whether you believe there are more Republican voters than the composite index is suggesting. The composite index that EDS produced.
I'm not sure that clearly answers the question. At least the way I understood his question to be. So regardless of what voters for politicians don't really care. Specifically in your analysis, should we give more weight to races that are given that we're drawing a Senate map, should we give more weight to elections that are for the Senate and discount those that don't include Senate elections?
None of these include Senate elections. These are based on statewide elections. So what you mean, I think, is should you look at years in which the state Senate is up for election, but this does not include state Senate contests. None of these composite or aggregate scores do.
So that's what I was meant. That's what I meant. Yes.
No, I think it depends more on what you believe the electorate will look like in 2026. And I don't really think we have a good answer for that, but it's just which index do you think is more likely? This is based on what you're trying to do is predict what the votes will actually look like, and therefore what the seats that you've drawn will produce. And it's hard to predict, and I'm not sure that the difference between the years the Senate contests are run and the years that the presidential years is turnout. And in 2016, that favored the Republicans, but in 2020, it favored the Democrats. And in terms of the 2018 versus 2022, 2022 favored the Democrats, but you had a lot of incumbents running.
So from my perspective, I'm not trying to predict in the future. I'm just trying to figure out which data from the past is most relevant. And so if that's all the election data is all equally relevant, then that's one answer. If it's that some elections in some years are more relevant than others for objective criteria that we can list, then that would be a different answer.
The relevance actually,
I mean relevant to the Senate map, the state Senate map that we're drawing right now. There are some elections more relevant to that map than others.
again, the relevance is actually is which you think are more predictive. That's the relevance. The relevance is which is going to actually do a better job of predicting what would happen in 2026. That's the question of relevance. Personally, I think the composite score that looks at a broader range and incorporates all of these elections, including those that the Democrats won by a sizable amount, is a better measure. I also think it might be a better measure because the state might be trending Democratic, but again, I don't know Michigan politics and I'm not the best person to answer what's the most predictive, but the relevance has to do with what we actually think will happen in terms of the election. In terms of comparing the two scores, the two aggregate scores.
I think we have a question from one of the commissioners joining by Zoom. I see a hand raised, but I do not see who it is.
That's
Commissioner
Commissioner
Lang?
Lang. Thank you. So Dr. Hanley, I don't know if this question is for you, if it's for our legal or a combination of both, but part of it's kind of a hypothetical and it pertains to turnout and geography. So when we look at the composition of Michigan, and you can look at any of the election maps and you can kind of see what areas of the state vote which way. Take, for instance, Northern Michigan, a lot of your rural areas are very red, a lot of your urban areas are very blue. So I guess my question is, and again, I say it would be a hypothetical because I know nobody has a crystal ball, but we had the Linden map that we had a set of scores for. And from what I've seen, most of the maps that have been presented stay around kind of fairly in line with what those scores were. So now we're redrawing the maps based on just the southeast section of the state. And we're getting a lot of comment about the partisan fairness. So I guess my question is, and I hope I can word it accurately, how is partisan fairness affected, say, when you talk about turnout, say if there was an increased turnout in northern Michigan, again, hypothetically, and Republicans won by 20%. I'm just throwing out numbers. Withdrawing and adjusting the partisan fairness based off from the districts just in the southeast part of the state, how would that relate? We always hear that theoretically, whoever gets the most votes should get the most seats. But if we are drawing districts just in one part of the state to make up partisan fairness, and if numbers increase in another part of the state, then does that equate? I mean, would that still theoretically be true? Do you understand what I'm asking? I kind of go all over the place there, but.
I think so. I think that what you're going to see is something like the efficiency gap impacted by that more than, say, the mean median score. And that's because you're going to have more wasted votes, say, up in the north portion of the state. The thing about the Senate plan is you only got 38 districts, I think it is. So, and you're changing 10 of those districts. So that's why you're seeing a lot more movement in your partisan fairness measures than you did see when you were working in the House. And you were also working with, say, 10 or 12 districts, but you had a lot larger number of districts. So there's more shifting going on, and it's going to have more of an impact. Changes in other parts of the state will have more of an impact because, again, there are fewer districts. The other reason that turnout matters is when you weight by year, the way that this works is you're not weighting by turnout. So you have a presidential election and the turnout is higher, and it's still having, even if you weight by that year, it's still having more of an impact on the aggregate score. So that's why turnout matters, and there's no correction for that. Did that answer your question?
I'm not sure that it did, but I understand what you're saying. I wonder if Mr. Rail has any input on that from a legal point, because what I'm looking at is partisan fairness is a tool of many tools, but is not an end all of tools, because I personally think numbers can be not manipulated, but changed, and you can't predict. I mean, if voter turnout, if we were at 50% in northern Michigan and all of a sudden we're at 75%, those districts aren't going to change. So this is where I have the issue. Mr. Yeah, could you?
Let me try to speak to that from a legal point of view, which is obviously going to be different. What the Constitution of the state tells us is that the districts and the maps cannot give one party or the other a disproportionate advantage. And it also tells us that the measure of disproportionate advantage is accepted measures of partisan fairness. I'll get into this in a bit. I don't want to jump ahead, but it is my opinion that Dr. Handley is using accepted measures of partisan fairness that has a meaning which is drawn from academic literature and litigation, which I think informs the textual meaning of the obligation here. The measures are, as I understand, and I think Dr. Hanley would agree, are all statewide measures. An efficiency gap is looking at it statewide. It's not measuring, is a particular district in Detroit a fair district? It's generally looking at the state. And so we have to be understanding how the votes are being used across the state. And we have to have a method. And this is really what is at the heart of the issue before the commission now is VNP is proposing one method of choosing elections. And it's different from what Dr. Hanley has done. And they're proposing that there are differences here. And so legally speaking, we have to have a platform, a method of deciding what elections are we going to use for that. And so we're not so interested in, as you suggest, maybe in the future, some election would do something weird that we don't necessarily have the ability to predict today. We're trying to find a reliable method today of measuring how fair the plans are within the meaning of the constitutional criterion. If election patterns change, I'm not sure that it would have much of a legal meaning. And I'm also not sure that it would impact the fairness really that much. The fairness measures, I don't think, have a problem with the idea that turnout can go up or down in different groups. Generally, the concern, and I think this is really what Dr. Hanley's method is getting at, is that you want to be measuring fairness across different electoral environments because election patterns can change, and for lots of different reasons. One reason that election patterns could change is the timing of the elections, which we've already touched on. But there are other reasons. Economics can be doing something. There can be wars. There can be national trends. Republicans can have good years. Democrats can have good years. And generally, you want to be measuring bias in the plan and not measuring idiosyncrasies in electoral environments. And that's generally why looking at a lot of different elections is, in my estimation, a more accepted measure. Again, I'll be jumping ahead a little bit. But that, I think, is the legal lens through which to view the problem. The fact that you are only redistricting part of the state, I don't think is that problematic because, as you said, you started with a plan, the Linden plan, which had very good partisan fairness scores. So the parts of the state that you're not touching were already in a good state of affairs, and you're redistricting a part and you're trying to maintain acceptable partisan fairness scores there. And the question before us now is, what's a reliable means of measuring that? And Dr. Hanley has an index that you've been looking at for a long time, and then we have the proposal today. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I'd be happy to give it a second shot if it has not.
Now, both of you have provided a lot of information, and the reason I asked the question is because it seems like we've had a lot of pressure lately from groups to try and get to zero. And in my mind, you know, we were given kind of a range, sort of, and geography obviously plays a role in that. So I guess I just wanted some reassurance that what we're doing is the right thing, I guess. I know we can't predict, but you know, when you have a lot of outside voices trying to talk one certain way, you just want to make sure that you did what you did and it's right. And I'm going to quit talking. Thank you, Dr. Hanley. I do trust your evaluation, and I appreciate the fact that you used multiple. I think people will appreciate that too, knowing that it's not a very small, narrow area. So thank you both.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. Does anyone else have any questions? I got one, but I want to let other people go first. So, Dr. Hanley, I think where I'm struggling, because I truly want a fair map. I really do. We have, I think you had a slide on your PowerPoint that had this. I'm looking at our metrics from EDS, and it might be good if you could talk a little bit about what those metrics are and what years they include and how they're weighted. But, you know, I see essentially 5 that have the same efficiency gap of negative 0.8%. And the mean median difference on those ranges from negative 0.3 to 2.6%. And the lopsided margin score ranges from 3.6 to 4% among those 5. And the seats to votes ratio is the same for all 5 of them. That's what our analysis says, but so it seems to me that those are about equally as fair. But this memo that we got says that, you know, those 5 are not equally as fair. So that's kind of where I'm struggling with. You know, what is the best way to judge what fairness is on these maps?
I think that I pretty much suggested all along that I wouldn't make a big fuss about a difference of, let me go to in terms of the efficiency gap between a 1.87 and a 1.92. I just wouldn't. Now, it's true that the VNP aggregate index is producing bigger ranges than the ranges that the EDS composite index is producing. But in terms of the EDS composite index, you have like one outlier, the Dove plan, but all of the others seem to me to be in the same territory. I wouldn't make a decision based on the difference between a 1.87 and a 1.92. I just wouldn't. I would let other factors impact which election I chose. I wouldn't do it on the basis of a very small difference in partisan fairness scores.
So you would say we should throw Dove out? Dove is definitely.
Here's what I
you
would
called
say.
it an
Dove is an
outlier,
outlier. Dove is an outlier in terms of partisan fairness, but you're looking at a whole host of other things. Maybe it's better at communities of interest or the Voting Rights Act. I don't have enough information to answer that question, but it is an outlier in terms of the efficiency gap scores. I mean, all other things being equal, there are other plans that are better, but I don't know if all other things are equal.
So
Point
that's a
of
good way of
personal
putting it. So-
privilege.
I'm sorry?
I asked for a
Commissioner
point of personal privilege.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lang.
I'm not sure which commissioner's speaking, if it's Commissioner Andrade or Callahan, but could they speak more into their microphone? I can barely hear you.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Is this Commissioner Callahan? So now I forgot my question. So you used the phrase all things being equal. So let's assume with the Dove map, all things are equal. There is a difference in the outcome and there's less partisan fairness. I'm just trying to make sure these numbers actually mean something, right? So a 4.6 would indicate less partisan fairness than a 1.8 or 0.8. And if all other things are equal, then perhaps we should not consider Dove. Could you agree with that?
If I were relying solely on the efficiency score, what happens in the mean median? Well, in the mean median, it comes out right in the middle, doesn't it? More or less.
Mhm.
There were some plans that you put forward that were outliers in terms of both of those scores. And I don't see them anymore. I think that they didn't make the 12 that you're looking at now.
Right,
I mean,
they did not get moved forward.
yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I think that those are the clear outliers. I also, you know, in terms of the efficiency gap, Dove is an outlier. But
you're
it's
really
not,
hesitant. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. You're really hesitant to use one score as standalone as a reason to say a map is not partisan fair. You wouldn't look at one number and use that as a reason to cast it out. I'm just trying to figure
Yeah,
out how to
yeah.
look at these numbers ourselves.
I really don't think I would. It's just because it comes in sort of in the middle when you're looking at the mean median difference. And I would consider both of those. However, you know, in terms of when I looked at both and considered both and the rankings of the efficiency gap and the mean median, I mean, it doesn't come out in the top 5. I mean, if you were going to decide solely on the basis of partisan fairness and you wanted the fairest plans, it doesn't come out in the top 5. I want to make sure that you're not just deciding on the basis of partisan fairness, but all other things being equal, it just doesn't come out in the top
5. And when you say the top 5, were those the 5 that were in your presentation on that slide?
Yes, the plan evaluation in which the EDF composite score and the voters aggregate index actually came up with the same, essentially the same top 5. I think there was a difference of 1, but I mean, it was the Satella, Heron, Kellum, Cardinal, and Starling that they agreed were, you know, regardless of which composite index you believed was more likely to predict what would happen in terms of the plans you were looking at. You don't actually have to decide because they agree on those.
Chair, I just want to acknowledge that Commissioner Lang has had her hand up for quite a while.
Commissioner Lang?
Dr. Hanley, I'm just going to make this simple because I think we're veering off a little bit. You evaluated all of the maps that we've presented to the public using acceptable measures, correct?
Correct.
And you found all of those maps to meet the partisan fairness requirement, looking at just the partisan fairness. Is that correct?
Well, that sounds a little bit like a legal question, but I think that there isn't much difference between them. So if from a political science standpoint, I would agree with that. Again, I'm not a lawyer though, so.
Right. We had to have the maps evaluated in order for them to go forward to make sure that they met all the criteria, the partisan fairness, the VRA, etc. So based on what it was seen, all maps were put forward because they met the constitutional criteria. Is that not correct? Maybe I'll ask our legal because I don't want to put you on the spot, but that's correct, right? Mr. Rail.
I'm not sure I fully understand your question. I don't think we have weighed in on whether all of these meet every legal criterion, if that's what you're asking. I do think that the legal standard for moving them forward is that the commissioners have made that judgment. which is different. And maybe that's what you're saying. Does that make sense?
Well, no, what I'm saying is, when we did our maps, they went through VRA analysis. And it was my understanding that they went through partisan fairness analysis to make sure that they met that criteria. Mr. Fink, I saw your hand. Maybe you could. He disappeared. There he is.
Sorry. Yeah,
Mr. Fink, if you'd like to comment, please
Sure.
go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Commissioner Lang. So all of the maps that were sent forward to the public and are under consideration right now were, you're right, you know, they were put through the VRA analysis and you received that feedback from the VRA council and the VRA team. And also they were put through and you were provided with partisan fairness analysis from EDS and from Dr. Hanley. To sort of, I mean, I'm in agreement with Mr. Riley, which is that I don't think there's been a conclusive determination by, at least as it relates to the partisan fairness side of things, that every single one of these maps, you know, would necessarily meet the partisan fairness requirements under the law. I think this is to provide the commission and the public with the information and the data on these maps to consider in the context of all of the ranked criteria that you're supposed to be considering. There wasn't necessarily a prerequisite. I don't think that any particular map met a certain level of partisan fairness for it to be put forward by the commission to the public for consideration. But I mean, certainly when the commission decides which map it's going to adopt and put forward to the court, the commission should believe and you know, in the context of all of the information that it has, that it is, you know, doesn't favor or disfavor a political party as the constitutional requirement states. But to answer your question, I'm not sure that the commission necessarily made a determination that any particular map necessarily met that standard before sending it out to the public. The commission can still hear public feedback on all of those considerations and then make that ultimate determination when you vote on which map to put forward or ultimately to adopt and send to the court.
Okay, so that confuses me a little bit more because I thought it was based off from the analysis that was done, whether or not the maps ranked within the analysis to where they would be acceptable. So I guess that was my bad. So I guess my question would be then, if all of the scores are similar to the Linden scores, either the same or within the general area or better, then would it be safe to assume that they all meet the partisan fairness requirement, and obviously not looking at other things such as communities of interest, VRA, which would play a factor too? I guess I'm feeling like I'm through the process, I'm getting different information, and maybe that's on me. Maybe it's I'm having a misunderstanding of what's happened. So I guess I'm looking for clarification. But you know what? I will, I'll pull it back. I'm done. I don't need an answer. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few things. Commissioner Orton, and then Commissioner Callahan, and then Commissioner Levy.
Okay, my thing is different, but I think I understand what Commissioner Lang is getting at. Like, I do believe, Dr. Hanley, that you did say when you did the analysis that these are all within the ballpark, these are all reasonable, something like that. Is this true or not true?
This is true. None of the values, none of the scores were the kinds of scores that we see in outline in the kind of plans that actually got challenged for partisan gerrymandering. So I think, but I'm not a lawyer, I think that all of these plans would meet the criteria of a partisan fairness. But I'm not even sure that the lawyers can answer that, because I can only tell you what kind of plans have been challenged. And this doesn't look like those plans. This doesn't look like the Michigan plan did 10 years ago. These, let me share the screen again, and go back to, if it's all right, to one of my, to this. Okay. All of these, why isn't it? What I'm doing here. All of these plans fall within the white area. In other words, they're not, falling in the Republican or the Democratic area. I mean, they tend to be slightly more favorable to Republicans, but they're all falling in this white area.
Okay, thank you. And my real question is, will we receive a copy of this PowerPoint?
Sure, of course you will.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lett?
Thank you, Chairman Eid. As a famous one of our commenters, these are my opinions. We have not asked Dr. Hanley to give us an opinion on whether or not any particular map passes partisan fairness. That is not what we're asking Dr. Hanley to do. If we were doing that, then we would say, Dr. Hanley, would you kindly prepare a map that in your opinion you've drawn and meets what you consider to be the optimum partisan fairness? She's not doing that. We're drawing the maps. Then we're giving her a map and asking her, would you please analyze this map on the metrics that you have advised us that are important and give us those numbers back, which she has done. And then we look at them and we analyze them and we vote on them. So there is no, quote, perfect partisan fairness. As I said succinctly, I thought yesterday, partisan fairness is way down the list. There's VRA, there's population, there certainly are communities of interest. And once you've done all that, then you start looking at partisan fairness. So she is not in a position to opine what is or isn't a good partisan fairness score. Here's what the score is. It's up to us, 13 people, to determine if that meets our criteria, the constitutional criteria, to be a fair map. And I, for one, certainly would never ask Dr. Hanley, does this meet the, quote, partisan fairness? She doesn't know. She knows what the score is. She knows what we're supposed to be looking at. But we're the ones that determine, does it meet the partisan fairness as we have determined what the partisan fairness is. As I said, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Any more questions, folks? Dr. Hanley, while we do have you here kind of on a different note, we have had questions over the past week or so asking what all of these metrics mean. Could you just real quickly give kind of a layman's terms of what the efficiency gap is, what the mean median difference is, what the lopsided margin scores? I know we didn't ask you to do that, so if you're not prepared for that today, that's fine. I've been telling people to go back and watch the last presentation, but people have been asking that, and people have been asking how our metrics are configured as far as like the number of election years and how they're weighted for the EDS composite.
Okay, let me start with the second question. In terms of what the EDS composite score does is it takes all 16 statewide elections from 2012 to 2022. So it includes all of those contests and it weights by year so that a year that has more elections doesn't count more than a year that has less elections. In terms of the lopsided margin, that's the easiest to understand. Are Democrats or Republicans winning their districts by more votes than the other parties? There's one party winning by more votes than another party. So a lopsided margin of, say, 5.3 in favor of the Republicans means that Democrats are winning their districts by lopsided margins of about 5% more than the Republicans, so the districts are more packed. Now, that's not uncommon in urban areas where you have lots of Democrats living in the same place. Another measure is the efficiency gap, and that is just looking at all of the wasted votes. A vote is considered wasted if it went to a losing candidate, or if it was far more votes than needed to win an election. So there are votes that are cast for lost candidates and votes that are cast for winning candidates beyond what they need. Those are all considered wasted votes. And we're looking to see if more Democrats or more Republicans are producing wasted votes. The mean median is a little more complicated. It's simply looking to see if a distribution is skewed, and you're comparing the overall vote average to the averages across the districts. And if the averages across the district is, for example, lower than the overall average, then that plan is skewed towards the other party. What was the other one? The seats votes is simply counting up the number of seats you would have won under a plan compared to the percentage of votes that party got. So, you know, if the party got 52% of the votes and 53% of the seats, then the seats votes ratio is such that it favors the party that got more seats than votes. But as I said all along, with a single member district system, you expect the winning party to get slightly more, or even sometimes more than slightly more seats than votes. What you don't want to see happen is that the party that wins a majority of the seats, wins the majority of the votes, actually loses a majority of the seats. That's considered an unfair plan. That does not apply to any of the plans, any of the 12 plans that I was looking at. But I forgot to mention that I don't have enough information to tell you if using the V and P aggregate score, if that happens or not. There's my 5-minute description. Does that work?
Oh, I think you summarized very complicated numbers very well. I mean, people write whole dissertations on this stuff, and I'm sure the public thanks you for that summary. Mr. Fink or Mr. Riley, do y'all have anything to add?
Well, I could talk about different things. I'm not sure how long you want to hear from us, because I know you may have other items. But I want to start with what I think is the key point that's at the heart of a lot of the discussion we've had this morning, which is that we don't have clear guidance from the Michigan Supreme Court about how to interpret the state constitution's partisan fairness criterion. And so we have a lot of ambiguity, and I think that is fundamentally what the challenge is here. And I'm only going to be able to do so much to add clarity. What I can say, as also a starting point is that it is important to remember that we did win a partisan gerrymandering case in the Michigan Supreme Court that was filed against the Hickory plan. And that was a summary disposition, which effectively means the Michigan Supreme Court put out a single sentence and signaled that it didn't view the case as particularly close against the Hickory plan. The Linden plan was not challenged on partisan fairness grounds, so it was not part of the case. The Hickory plan was challenged. The scores for that plan were further from zero than the Linden plan score. So it was more vulnerable in the sense that it drew a challenge, but the challenge did not succeed. The unfortunate feature of that litigation in winning so thoroughly, we didn't actually get an opinion from the Michigan Supreme Court that provided a framework that told us key information that would inform the discussion. So we still are in a place, when I think about this as a lawyer, where we have to make inferences from constitutional text, from types of litigation that may bear on the question, and from factual information, expert opinion like Dr. Hanley's opinion and other opinion that is out there. I was prepared to come in and talk today about the choice of elections under the VNP analysis, but some of the questions that have come up have steered a little bit different. So I do want to say a few words about this question of what is the significance of zero? Do scores have to be zero? And how far away from zero can they be? And that, I think, is the question. We know from the litigation against Hickory, the plan had an efficiency gap of either 4.3 or 4.6, depending on how you measured. It had a mean median of 2.7 or 3.0, depending on how you measure, and had lopsided margins of 5.3. Those were not zero, and the plan passed review in the state Supreme Court. We argued in our briefing, which does really dig into the text in a way that I'm not able to do here today in a timely fashion. We filed a very lengthy brief talking about these issues. It's an advocacy piece, it's not an advice piece, but it says a lot of how the litigation team views the text. So that is something that commissioners could read if you're interested in thinking about these issues. But we did argue that zero is not the legal standard. And one of the analogies we made was to the one person, one vote standard, where at least in the legislative context and even in the congressional context, the Supreme Court has made clear for a long time that zero is not the standard. You have deviations from zero that are small, and therefore they don't have to be justified. For example, if you have a plan with a total population deviation of 2%, and you have one with 3%, it's not particularly risky to pick the one with 3%. There's a very small risk, but it's almost negligible because the numbers are just so small, the courts just don't care about that. As the deviations get further from zero, the state justification has to become stronger and stronger. And at some point, the deviations get too big, so that no justification can really be offered in their favor. It's just too big. So to go to Commissioner Lang's question, or actually it was Commissioner Callahan, who I think who asked about the Dove plan. And I'm looking at the Handley Index. We'll talk about VNP Index in a bit. But under the Handley Index, it is the case that the efficiency gap and the lopsided margin score are further from zero and noticeably further from zero than the others. The mean median difference is more in the middle of the pack, but still you have a plan that on the whole, I might say is more vulnerable to a a challenge on partisan fairness grounds. What does that mean for me as a lawyer? I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's out, it's illegal, don't consider it. If we had more guidance from the Michigan Supreme Court, maybe I would say that. I don't know. It is in the realm, more or less, of Hickory, but it's more vulnerable. And so in my mind, I would say that plan probably requires more justification. You need weightier reasons that are better explained for adopting that map over, say, the Heron map, which has 0.8 efficiency gap, a 0.3 mean median difference, which is much closer to 0. So the Heron map strikes me as a safer choice, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Dove is illegal. I'm more interested in why the commission picked Dove over Heron. And I would want, and I think in litigation, we would want to be able to explain to the Michigan Supreme Court there were good reasons for that. Maybe the voting public in Detroit came out in droves in favor of Dove and they hated Heron or something like that. Maybe there were federal risks related to Heron that made it questionable whether it would get through the remedial process. I don't know. I would want a justification that is stronger. But on the whole, when I look at these districts under the Hanley metrics, I see numbers like efficiency gaps that are, for the most part, below 2%. Mean median differences are generally below where Hickory was, that to me aren't going to require a lot of justification because the numbers are small. And so the defense becomes easier the smaller the number is. So in the world of uncertainty, I have to view things in terms of risk and justification and not just in terms of what plan is perfectly safe and what plan is not. I don't think I would be responsible if I told you that there's just no risk attendant to one of these plans. You should choose that. I don't think that's my role, and it's not something I'm prepared to do in any event. That leads me to the question of the VNP approach. And the reason that it's giving you different numbers is, as Dr. Hanley said, that the inputs are different into the measures. If you put inputs in, the outputs can change. And so it matters what those inputs are. Again, we don't have guidance from the state Supreme Court about what are the right elections to look at. How would that work? So we have to do something based on inferences. As I said before, the constitutional text does help us out. It says that a disproportionate advantage to a political party shall be determined using accepted measures of partisan fairness. Dictionaries generally define the word accepted as widely used or found, regarded favorably, given approval or acceptance, generally approved or used. What the text, I think, is telling us is to go out into the universe where people are talking about and litigating partisan fairness issues and see what methods they are using. I believe that Dr. Hanley's method, the composite that she has picked, is accepted within the meaning of these terms. We know that in the Michigan partisan gerrymandering litigation from last decade, composite scores were used with things like the efficiency gap. And in fact, when the commission was sued with the Hickory plan, Dr. Warshaw, who's a recognized expert in this field, used a composite index that was very similar to Dr. Hanley's, and he actually said that Dr. Hanley's methods were very much aligned with how he viewed it. And there are other cases that we are aware of where composite indexes are used for things like efficiency gap and mean median difference. Dr. Hanley's method is not the only way that this is done, but it seems to me that it is an accepted way that it is done. I am less persuaded that the VNP method is accepted. For one thing, I have not seen, and my members of the litigation team have not seen, a case where efficiency gap and mean median difference is calculated by narrowly looking at just the competitive election, certainly not using a sort of a 3% window. That seems quite new to us. I'm not going to say it's never happened, but I'm not aware of it. It was not something that anyone suggested in the challenge to the Hickory plan was necessary. It also seems somewhat significant in my mind that we are here in 2024 and Dr. Hanley has been advising the commission since 2021 using an index. And it's only now that a method of looking at just a few competitive races is proposed as a superior alternative. I find it hard to believe that the VNP group hasn't been paying attention to redistricting until now. I'm not sure what explanation there is, but in my mind, it goes to the question of whether this is accepted. If it's accepted, it seems like we would have noticed this type of argument before now, even in the context of the the House redistricting just a few months ago. And one last point that I would note is that Dr. Hanley notes that in this context, the choice of the competitive races has a particular partisan impact because the competitive races by the VNP definition are actually the good Republican years. So one could imagine a different scenario where years with big Republican victories were being excluded and years with big Democratic victories were being excluded, and we were kind of looking at the middle. That would seem to me to perhaps overcome some concerns that might be in there about limiting the range. But here, what we're taking out are the years where the Democratic success is very high, and we're looking at the best Republican years, which raises difficult questions. I'm not sure that a finder of fact in partisan gerrymandering litigation would find that particularly persuasive. All of that said, of course, is I do come back to the point of uncertainty. And so we don't know for sure that a court would reject the VNP analysis. I can't tell you that. I think we have very compelling arguments against it if it were used against the commission in court. Finally, I would note that this doesn't necessarily mean that the VNP approach needs to be disregarded. I'm not sure that it's legally unavailable to you. I'm not sure that there are significant legal risks in giving it some weight or giving it consideration in your thought process. And the reason for that is, as Dr. Hanley said, the maps that are the safest, so to speak, under the VNP approach also do very well under Dr. Hanley's approach. And so if you were to pick one of those plans, it would be more or less safe, as far as we can tell, under a partisan gerrymandering challenge under either method. And so what's going on here is VNP is trying to use this analysis to exclude plans that they view as scoring more poorly under their method. It's ultimately up to you of what to do with that information, whether you credit it and you want to exclude those maps, or whether you want to consider qualities that those maps may ultimately have. I don't think I, as a lawyer, am entitled to come in and tell you exactly how to answer that question. So I will end there unless there are questions for me.
Thank you. That was very helpful to me. I got a couple more questions for Dr. Hanley, if she's still available. Hi. So Just to clarify my mind again, I'm coming back to your numbers and trying to make sure I clearly understand how to interpret them and use them. If we look at the numbers that were calculated for the old map, not the Linden map, but the one that was in place before that, would you consider that a gerrymandered map or one that demonstrates partisan fairness? How would you evaluate that in those scores that came?
You're talking about the 2012 map?
Yes, ma'am.
2012 map. If you'll recall, I showed you a chart from the Washington Post. It shows it's clearly on the sort of favors Republicans side of this. I would say, as a political scientist, it was a gerrymander, but there's two ways to look at that. And that is, what I, as a political scientist, would say and what a lawyer would say. So
Okay, that's fine.
I suspect Richard would say something different.
I would be
I'm trying
happy to
get
jump
your view
in.
of the numbers. If Richard can talk later, I'm trying to get your views of the numbers. So you would look at that and say that definitely shows a gerrymander map. So what I'm trying to establish here in my mind is the range. Where's the ballpark? So we've got all of these other maps that have a range of scores. They all have small numbers. I mean, basically, the old gerrymandered map has small numbers. They're all single digits. So nobody's like up in the stratosphere. But if you would look at that efficiency gap from the old map that had a 9.2 score and the mean median that had a 5.3 and say, yes, in your mind, that was a gerrymandered map. And then I look at those two numbers and see that in the maps that we've produced, they're all less than that. And they range various ways. Where does that number start to change from demonstrating a gerrymandered map to a map that's in the ballpark of being fair? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course, we can't really answer that question. I can only say I'm using two pieces of information. And again, this is a political scientist, not a lawyer speaking. And I am sure that this is not a legal opinion. In terms of comparisons, it is an outlier, right? It's the 2012 plan was floating down there with a lot of other, with not very many other plans. So it was an outlier. It's also true that I think that we know that the legislature intended the plan to help Republicans. So I think that those two pieces of information are informing my opinion that it was a gerrymander, but I mean the word gerrymander in a political science way and not a legal way. I can't even really use it in a legal way, but I don't want to suggest that it was a political gerrymander that would have been declared illegal, unconstitutional, I guess. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I get that. You're not weighing in on the legality of the map, and I'm not asking you to. I'm asking, in your mind, if you look at the old map and say, from a political scientist perspective, it's gerrymandered based on the numbers you computed, then that's what I'm considering the outer boundary. That's like a score of 5.3 and a 9.2 hits the gerrymander flag. We've got all these numbers underneath it that are acceptable. Where does acceptable start?
There's no answer to that question. There's just a relative sort of scale, right? I don't think you're going to get to zero with some of these measures. Sometimes I guess you got to close to zero in some of these plans, but it's relative. There's no bright line here. The political scientists don't believe there's a bright line. I don't think lawyers would say that there's a bright line. There's no bright line in which it goes from acceptable to unacceptable. There's just no bright line. I would say that the plans that you have are far enough from the plan that was in place in 2012. It's certainly fairer. I mean, all of the plans are fairer than the 2012 plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys all for joining us. I think that was very informative, and I'm sure the public also appreciates all of the comments. It's always nice to hear from both of you, and I'm sure we'll see you again shortly. We do have some folks that signed up for public comment. We have 4 speakers, and I want to make sure we hear from them before we go on our next break. Darwin Griffin. I also want to thank all of y'all in this room who have, waded through that about hour-long conversation. Know it might be a little boring, but we hope you learned something.
But it was very informative. 'Cause I
Wonderful.
learned a lot. And I know when I came here today, I was looking at leaning more so towards the hearing map. But in lieu of listening to the comments that were made, it's really going to give me an opportunity to look more so into the Dove map as well as the hearing map. So I really appreciated the public comments that were made by the panelists. And again, I just wanted to ask one quick question. Looking at the hearing map, I'm noticing that there's a portion of the map that's in the Oakland County area that dips a little bit into the Wayne County area. And I was just wondering, why is that?
John, can you bring up that map?
Yes, I can bring that up in just a second.
I think you are speaking about District 10. That goes from Sterling Heights down through Warren.
Right,
into a
that's
little bit of
right,
Detroit.
exactly. That little portion right there that dips down from 10 down into 8. And I was just curious as to why was that part that dips down into Detroit into 8, as opposed to just staying primarily above 8 Mile.
Yeah, so this was a collaborative map. I don't recall exactly why this version of District 10 was drawn how it is, but a lot of times it's due to population. All of these districts have to have about 265,000 people in it.
Mhm.
So sometimes in order to do that, you have to cross city, township, or county boundaries, which rank lower on our list of criteria than things like having an equal number of people, just about. So that could be one reason. There are also other configurations here that, cross more or less across 8 Mile. So I'd encourage you to take a look at a whole bunch of the options and look at, the ones that do cross from Wayne County into Macomb County or Wayne County into Oakland County, and let us know what you prefer.
Yeah, because I was just looking at that and I was just thinking that it looks like that area that dips down into Detroit has a lower propensity of voters in that little area. And so that's what I was just curious about. Was that in there so that you could capture the low propensity of voters in that little area, that catchment area? So that way you have more in District 10 that have more of an inclination, a higher percentage of voters north of 8 Mile as opposed to those that maybe just a little bit south of 8 Mile. So that was my question I just wanted to ask.
Usually it was more, I would hazard a guess, like, I'm not sure I remember exactly how it was done, but typically we didn't draw lines like that necessarily with the exact voter in mind as for whether they voted or not, right? I mean, it was on population probably more than anything.
So just strictly population, not so much in terms of say about the propensity for.
I mean, I have to go back to the tape to be sure, but to the recorded meeting to figure out exactly why that line got drawn there, but I would guess that that's the case.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'd be curious to ask, what kind of configuration do you like?
I would probably lean more so towards having that portion that dips down into Detroit more so into south of 8 Mile, as opposed to having that little portion from 10 to dip down into that region. That's just, I can't see the number of it. I think that's, looks like it might be, looks like 8, right? So as opposed to having that number, that little portion in 10 that goes south of 8 Mile, would just prefer it to be not dipping lower than 8 Mile and staying up above 8 Mile. Because I think I saw that in some of the other maps that had that line where it is up, but I was just curious as to why in that particular map does it dip down below 8 Mile?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Addressing the commission. Next up is Sharice Goodman.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm looking at map 404 and 376. And upon reviewing both maps, I would highly recommend for communities' interests, map 404. Because it, in Senate District 3, 404, represents the Hamtramck area, the Highland Park area, and I believe it's the north side of 8 Mile, as opposed to Senate map 376, which totally takes away that boundary from 8 Mile north and just puts it into a whole new different county. The purpose for map 404 in regards to the voters is to make sure that they have the highest amount of representation based upon their needs in the community. Again, when on maps 404 as opposed to 376, when we look at the Pershing area, Nolan area boundaries, map 376 does not include those boundaries. So the community's interest in that particular area, there is no representation as opposed to map 404. So with that being said, I would like to state that again, map 404 is the better map in representing the people and from the voter perspective interest when it comes to getting the Senate representation based upon the needs of the community. And thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next, we have Greg Millen.
All right, thank you for having us here to speak to you and for you guys being here informing us. I'm new to this. I've never been to a meeting like this, and I'm not 100% sure how all this works. But what came to my mind after listening to you guys, I'm trying to figure out, why do we even change the districts at all? But somebody mentioned it's got to be so many people in each district. But to me, if there's going to be a change, then it seems to me it's a change to favor one party or the other. I don't know if, obviously that's not what you're going to say is what is going on, but that's what comes to my mind. That one party wants the advantage over the other party. And when you change the districts, that's what could happen. Because I'm sure all you guys should be neutral, I would think. But realistically, most people are going to either be Democrat, Republican, or independent. And we know Democrats and Republicans dominate. And I'm thinking, depending on how the board is made up, that could be to their advantage, because I know of outside influences influence you guys or try to, and that could change the whole thing. But I don't know, that's what came to my mind. But going back to the maps, from what I was told earlier, listen to Cherie, it does sound like 404 is advantageous for the citizens of that area. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Yeah, and just to touch on one of the things you spoke about. So every 10 years, redistricting is done in the state of Michigan and in most states, I think all states around the country. And that's because, you know, people move, people die, and people are born. So you have to have equal representation across all of the districts. Now, this process used to be done by politicians, and they would indeed create districts oftentimes to benefit themselves. Both sides do it if you look across the country. Now we have this new process that was passed by the people in the 2018 election that makes it so that instead of the politicians drawing the districts, it's a group of 13 everyday citizens, and we're those 13. So we're trying to draw these districts in a fair manner that looks at communities, looks at political fairness, we have a whole list of criteria that I can show you after in the constitutional language, but that's why we're here. And Commissioner Lang?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if the gentleman was here this morning, but another reason we are redrawing currently is because we're under court order. So I think that needs to be said too. Why are we redrawing again so soon? We're required to.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Orton?
And just to let you know, the makeup of this commission, 13 citizens, there are 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, and 5 independents.
All right, next up, we have Sami Mansour.
Hello. This was my second comment ever, the last one being your previous hearing on the House. So I appreciate all your work you've been doing and how that process also turned out. I am here today to also support map 404 and specifically right, to sort of keep the populations of Warrendale and Melvindale closer together to protect the community of interest that represents various Arab American and Middle Eastern populations in that region. It is, right, to address some of the other things I've heard today. The map makes sense. It is in line with some of the decisions made in drawing the House map. So it would preserve your consistency in how you reach these decisions. It does not provide a partisan advantage per se, but it does unite, it does help better representation, which is the ultimate goal of what we're doing here today. And it helps that by ensuring that communities who have more shared interests and more shared needs and in need of more unified services, whether it's due to language similarities or cultural similarities, are best met by those of the elect. I also hope it helps you all in finalizing these maps so that you don't find yourselves sitting here again, because this seems rewarding but very tough. And so I appreciate everything you're doing. And again, really want to push for map 404 to continue the great work you all did with the House district map. And that's all for today. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mansour. We also have one person who joined virtually that signed up to speak. Can we hear from Mr. Anthony Scannell?
Hello, Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. I thought the partisan fairness report right there was pretty interesting in relation to the VNP memo. And, you know, when Commissioner Lett was asking that representative yesterday about, you know, the criteria, she herself said it comes after that. And he made that point again today after the ranked things. The only thing partisan fairness even comes ahead of is consideration of the city county lines and compactness. And so that's another way to look at it. I think the granular pursuit of partisan fairness, where you guys are favoring 2 specific parties, that's just a fact. I mean, is what it is. Their advantage is built in every way in our system, you know, outside of MICRC. But favoring two specific parties. And that's kind of the thing that led to the spaghetti string districts. And, that's one of the lines of thinking that got us here. And it's also led to the needless splitting of Taylor in the House map. And I thought that was a bad idea. And I have even more thoughts on what was said yesterday. The Access nonprofit group had a lot of comments, and especially about Taylor being in with District 2 with Dearborn. But the thing about that is, if you only took Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Melvindale, and Warrendale, it's not really enough to get a Senate district. So you need more people from somewhere. So I see why that decision's being made. I've tried to take a big picture look, and considering what was done to each community in each of the three maps, congressional, House, and Senate. And I remember, a principle of accommodating communities in one map if you couldn't in another has been supported by commissioners. And so I thought you actually made a pretty good decision about the Linden map and Hickory for that matter in districts 1, where I'm in both of them. And I'll criticize the court here. I don't think they made an artful ruling. Districts 1, both of these returned to African-American state representatives, and senators. So I don't understand why they were, I guess I understand why they were struck down, but I thought you did a pretty good job, but not in the congressional map. And in the congressional map, you had this kind of east-west crossing, which really isn't what I favor in any kind of map type. But I put my opinions on paper with with the congressional map, with the Senate map proposal, and that is what I think should still be adopted, the Skinnell map. But so I can only say what I think are positive and negative attributes about your guys' maps, and I've tried to limit my comments to districts 1, 2, and 4, or where all three of those connect. That's where I live, that's where I work, shop, have friends, family, in districts 1, 2, and 4. And I'm concerned about the Downriver COI. I think it's probably the best defined COI.
Did Mr. Skinnell sign up for a second time?
He
Would-
did not ahead of time, but his hand is currently raised.
He can sign. He can go again. You got an additional 2 minutes, Mr. Skinnell.
Mr. Scannell, you're still unmuted.
Thank you so much. Okay, the 3 minutes, I appreciate it. I think Downriver is a really well defined community of interest, and because of the other communities it's next to with voting rights concerns and stuff, it couldn't be one single Senate district, or it has too much population too. It's all the Downriver communities are 1 2/3 of a district about. So I understand it couldn't be placed whole, but seeing all the lines cut through, it's like a knife or something, like a pen cutting through the areas that I go through, separating them out. It doesn't feel great, but I understand why it has to be done. So anyway, yesterday there was some things said. Victor Jimenez, I totally agreed with what he said about the east side and the southwest side. Totally agree with that. There's a gentleman, Steve Walker. I agree with what he said about Lincoln Park belonging with Southwest Detroit. I respectfully disagree with Jamie Rowe, who said that he advocates for the Cardinal map. And part of what he said there was that rest assured with the Dearborn District 2 that it's nearly exactly the same as all the other ones, but it's really not when I'm looking at it. It includes the city of Lincoln Park with Dearborn, and that doesn't look nearly exactly the same to me, just from my perspective. So all that is to say, I think you should have kept Taylor whole in the House, because now you wouldn't have so many qualms about where to put it now. You could split it, you could do whatever, but it seems like most of the big decisions have been made. Melvindale's going, Dearborn, maybe, probably. Lincoln Park, most people know where that should go. But Allen Park and Southgate, they're just kind of blowing in the wind, and that's fine. It is what it is. And so, I can eliminate Cardinal and Heron without even considering partisan fairness, just off my community of interest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Skinnell. We appreciate your comments. Okay, well, we went a little over, but that's okay. Appreciate everyone who stuck around through the presentation to provide comment. We will take our scheduled break now since it's 3:15 currently. I want to make sure everyone, all the interpreters and all the people that help make this meeting happen get a fair break. So let's, if I can get a motion to break until 4:30.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Callahan to take our scheduled break and come back at 4:30. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none.
Just a consideration, we do have it posted that we will be open from 4 to 7:30, 4 to 7. So I'm not sure how that will impact people who may be coming at 4 o'clock.
I'll be around. I think we'll be all right. Do we have to come back at 4?
It's to address the commission, not a particular commissioner. So depends on how the commission wants that, but just want to make sure we're clear about what's posted.
Well, we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Commissioner Orton?
Commissioner Weiss, did you make the motion? Oh, Commissioner Lett, would you consider changing the motion to till 4 o'clock? We can come back and see if there's people. If not, we can take longer break. I'm just wondering if you would change yours, but I will make an amendment.
Commissioner Lett, can you please speak into your microphone so those that are watching via YouTube are able to hear you?
I may say something smart if I do that. I move we break till 4 o'clock.
Okay, so I believe we have an amendment to the motion to change it to 4 o'clock. Is there any discussion on that matter? All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the amendment passes. Now let's vote on the original motion to break, and we will come back at 4. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and we'll be back at 4. All right, everyone, we're going to get started. I'll call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 4:06 p.m. Department of State, if we could please get a roll.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. 1 second. Commissioners, if your venue has changed from this morning or this afternoon, please share that information when I call your name. I'll begin roll call of the commissioners alphabetically. Commissioner Andrade,
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present.
Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Ede,
Present.
Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Lang,
Present.
Commissioner Lett,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella. Commissioner Villette,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner, Commissioner Weiss,
Present.
you have 9 commissioners present.
Thank you, Department of State. Did we get Commissioner Curry? I see her on the screen now.
Go back. Commissioner Curry, if you would share that you are present and that your venue has or has not changed.
I'm present and my venue has not changed.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, we will return to public comment. We do have some folks that signed up for in-person comment. Some of them just told me they want to look at the maps more before they give their comment, the ones that we have here, which is fine. Do any of you want to comment now? Are you Charles? Feel free to approach the mic.
We're ready?
Yes. Hello,
Um,
Charles. Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Thomas, and I'm back. I was here, well, not in this particular building, but I gave comment for the house maps. And I start off there to say what I'm going to represent is pretty much going to be the same. I am the director of a nonpartisan voter turnout organization called When You Vote, I Win. And the work of our organization is built on the story of 2 of my aunts who are Selma foot soldiers from 1965, which brought us the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And to me, it's important to note that their work and sacrifice was not for those who wouldn't vote, but for those who couldn't vote. So when we have the conversation about the VRA and map drawing, it must be, to my mind, with that in mind. It must be that it stresses the equal power and value of each individual vote and does not in any way dilute its power. If that is the understood belief that is forwarded, then while taking into consideration preferred candidates, it must not be one that is weighted to reward not voting. If the maps are drawn and considered that attempt to make up for participation at levels of 33, 40, and 50% turnout, it would involve packing districts. And even though I know that we could not vote at the time, it would reduce my person to even lesser value than it held with the 3/5 compromise. That would be the antithesis of the Voting Rights Act, and that cannot be the work of this commission, and therefore the Heron map and map 404 are the best maps for partisan fairness. That kind of fairness is what they marched for on that bridge. And again, I asked, as I did back then, that we are not returned to the decades-long status of the least votes yielding the most seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We have a Victor J who signed up. Yep, sure. We'll come back to Victor. Department of State, is there anyone online who would like to speak?
There is, the first public comment participant that signed up prior to this meeting that is present is Gabriella.
Hello. I would just like, my name's Gabrielle Richley. I am a lifelong member of the Downriver area, specifically Brownstown, and I just wanted to voice that I think overall the Heron map shows partisan fairness. However, I would just say that I believe the grouping in Downriver District 4 in Kellam feels a little bit better for representation for Romulus. I think the grouping for Romulus and Heron would drown the community's interests and issues a little bit. But yeah, thank you so much for hearing my comment.
Thank you, Gabriella. We appreciate it. Is there any other online participants?
There is, the next in line that signed up prior to this meeting is Raquel.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, thank you. First time here, so I'm not exactly sure, but I'll give out my comment on how the stencil map, Stella map 404 was great. I liked everything that represented how you guys were representing, but on the other one, I kind of really was putting into thought for the Arab American communities of Dearborn Heights, because they have been seeking proper representation in the state Senate. And just seeing how they're on the second map, it's more for the people and how they want to communicate than on the first one. That's all I really have to say much about that.
You know, so I heard you reference map 404 first.
Mhm.
Do you know the name of the second one that you referenced?
Yes. One second.
Or the number, perhaps?
It was 404. Heron map 376, I believe. And that was for District 2 that I was referring to.
Okay, so that's the one with the District 2, that's Dearborn Heights, and then going westward into Garden City and Westland, right?
Correct.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Can we have the next online speaker, please?
There is no one that signed up prior to this meeting. However, there is an individual with their hand raised if you would like to call on them. But there also is another in-person participant.
Wonderful. Yes. Pam Powell. Do you want more time? If you do, yeah, sure. Take your time. We'll come back to you. No big deal. Let's hear from the online speaker, Mr. Haji.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
The rest of the commissioners, thank you again for allowing me to speak. I spoke a couple weeks ago. My name is Tom Haji. I'm a director at both the Chaldean Chamber and the Chaldean Community Foundation. And I'm advocating for the protection of the Chaldean community of interest, the clear Chaldean community of interest that is well represented in the current 9th district. It's very disheartening to hear comments made earlier. I was made aware of comments made by an individual stating that Chaldeans are non-existent and don't really are present in the community, and that's couldn't be further from the truth. There's over 187,000 Chaldeans in the state of Michigan. 30% of the population in Sterling Heights is Chaldean. Most Chaldeans own 1 or 2 or more businesses. We contribute $18 billion to the Michigan economy. I'm not sure where these comments come from. You know, this 9th district too has 3 of our churches. There was a comment made that, you know, most of our churches are out of state. It couldn't be further from the truth. This is our home. And it's very disappointing to hear those comments and trying to weaken our voice. You know, we're thankful for the community members that have spoken up, our neighbors and friends who have commented in defense of our clear community of interest. And you know, we'd like to keep the district unchanged, but if we were to, I guess, vote on another map, would be probably the cardinal map, which would give us, you know, would give the Chaldean people an even bigger voice, because that would encompass all of Sterling Heights and Troy. So I'm not sure what the prior comments were made by a commissioner or someone, but I was made aware of those, and I'm here to defend that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Raji. We appreciate your comments. I think we might have a question from Commissioner Lang.
Thank you. My question is, you were talking about the current district. So would it be correct for me to assume that you would be happy if the current district stayed the same?
Yes, you know, a couple weeks ago we did speak on that, but if I had to, you know, the Dove, you're speaking of the Dove district. Yes, that would be our preference, not to change. It's not required by the federal government, so I'm not sure why we're even entertaining it. But if you are pursuing a change, I guess the Cardinal would be the next approved site by our community. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you, Mr. Haji, and thank you, Commissioner Lang, for that question. Okay, is there any more online speakers?
There is not at this time.
Wonderful. Did anybody who signed up to speak live, if they're ready, we can take your comments now. We did have a Victor J. Just like to remind everyone here, we do have quite a lot of maps back there. If you would like to take a look, that's why we're here, to get your opinion on the maps. The 2 furthest to my left, your right, are the first one is the map created by the state legislature in the 2010 census cycle. The one next to that is the Linden map that the commission created a few years ago. And then the following 12 are what this commission has put forth to the court and will be what we're taking comments on today. We also have a data spreadsheet out front that has all of the metrics for all of these maps that might help facilitate discussion. Really encourage y'all to take a look. If you want to take a look and comment again, you're more than welcome to. You can sign up for a second round of public comment, or you can hold your comment until you've gotten a chance to take a look at the maps. Victor.
Thank you, Commission. I'm back today just to comment on 2 specific maps, an additional comment on Chatella, like I had yesterday. Specifically, something I liked about the map, I like how Chatella keeps Southgate and Wyandotte out of District 1. Southgate and Wyandotte feels like it belongs more in the district just south below of that. The maps that encompass that include Allen Park, Lincoln Park, and E-course, for population reasons, definitely should like go into District 1, not only because I feel that it probably would balance out and fit the needs you need in regards to population, but also they just feel like more industrial, working class, historically similar neighborhoods as to the other ones in District 1. Also, specifically about Heron, um, do enjoy how it doesn't split up many of the neighborhoods that I care about in District 1, but also I'd like to add back some of the space up from New Center all the way up to like New Center 1 in Virginia Park, similar to like what's in Chatella, and remove to compensate for population some space east of the West End and Conner Creek. The upper half of District 1, I feel like should extend north almost to Boston Edison, similar to how the Chatella map goes, I think, a little bit further than that. But I feel that somewhere around Boston Edison makes the most sense for District 1. Um, and then, generally that any map that does not include the cities Southgate and Wyandotte just kind of make more sense to me. And some of the ones that I've also seen that go all the way up like northwest, and it takes like this weird curve and turn up into D1. That one also feels a little bit skewed. And those neighborhoods that all the way go up into like Redford almost don't exactly make sense for me. But yeah, after taking a look at the Heron map a little bit more, and learning more about some of those actual boundaries, I'm feeling more comfortable with that one. If it were to like District 1 were to match up like with Chatella a little bit closer. That I think is all the comment that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Those are helpful comments.
Thank you.
Chair, I just want to acknowledge for the record that Commissioner Zatella has joined. Commissioner Zatella, can you just state that you're present for the record?
Yes, I'm in Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Department of State, and welcome, Commissioner Zatella. Next up, if you're ready, we have Pam Powell.
Good afternoon. I am Pam Powell. I thank you for all of the hard work you do and for all of the trips you've made to visit with us. And I'm happy to be here before you. Right now, I work with several constituency groups, and it's a toss-up. Everybody likes this on that one and this on the other one, but we're kind of leaning toward the Crane map. I believe that gives us 3 really strong districts. It protects the communities of interest. I think that's really going to be a good choice if we get a chance to choose. I noticed a lot of people that live in the Grosse Pointe area said, well, we don't have to be with Detroit. And Detroit was, oh, we don't have to be with Grosse Pointe. But for the people like myself that live along the border, we share resources. If something good comes into one community, it overspills into the other. Likewise, we share problems. When the area floods, if our system goes down, they fail. If their system goes down, we fail. So we do share a lot of resources. So for that reason, I kind of like that they were kind of left intact. I think they will provide a strong district for us. So I think that's basically all I wanted to say, and I hope you agree and we get that one.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Powell. We appreciate them. Okay, well, those are all the folks who signed up to speak so far. Once again, we will be here until 7 p.m. if anyone wants to come by and provide a comment on these maps. We are also available virtually if folks want to comment virtually instead of coming to see us in person. I do, however, recommend coming in person, as then you can take a look at these maps in more detail and go from there. At this time, we will take a break until we get more comments. Let's check back at 5 p.m. All right, folks, it is 5 PM and we do have somebody that's signed up for public comment. If everyone could take their seats. Just as a reminder to the public, we will be here until 7 PM at Martin Luther King High School. We have quite a lot of resources here for the public to participate in engagement about Michigan's Senate districts. Not only do we have the 12 different maps that this commission's currently debating between, but we also have the map that was passed by the state legislature 10 years ago in the 2010 census cycle, as well as the original Linden map that this commission passed a few years ago. We also have a printout of some of the metrics behind these maps to help facilitate discussion. I do see we have one person who has signed up to give live public testimony to the commission. Is there a Crystal Childry here?
Good afternoon. My name is Crystal Childry, and I looked at all of the maps, including the original map, and it's really hard to make a firm suggestion or decision on what will work best for my community. I'm a like lifelong resident of Detroit, but it seems like the Crane map is pretty attractive. Also with the Curry map, when I'm looking at Detroit, but Crane in particular because of how the connection between Southfield, Pontiac, and West Bloomfield is clustered together. The Huron map, if I was looking into blending like a tri-county map, that would be something alternative that I would be willing to consider that will bring like the tri-county area together. But I have a question, if that's okay. Because I see that there's a training that's being offered to really understand the mapping. And was that offered before? Yes, like I think it's tomorrow. Was that offered before tomorrow?
So
Because I'm really having a hard time with getting communications. Like if it wasn't for my organization inviting me to these events, I wouldn't have any idea that they exist.
Executive Director Woods, would you like to respond to that?
That training is not being sponsored by the commission.
Mhm.
You want to reach out to voters, not politicians.
Okay, you said I want to reach out to
Voters, not politicians.
voters.
Not
So-
politicians is the name of the organization.
Okay, and did they offer any training?
I can't speak for them, but
Okay.
I'm more than happy to share with you the information to contact them.
Okay, so you said voters, not politicians, is that a .org, .com? Is there a number?
Hold on, I'll just look it up for you. Votersnotpoliticians.com.
.com. And besides that organization, or how are we communicating this to residents? Because like I said, if it wasn't for the organization that I'm a part of, I wouldn't have any of this information.
I'm sorry, we can't speak for them, but you can give them a call at
You
517.
can't speak for who?
Voters, not politicians, the one sponsoring the training. That's
I'm not talking about the training. I'm just talking about how is the community aware of this event?
this particular event.
All of them. Your mic went out.
We advertised on radio stations. We were in the newspapers. We've done social media. We've
What's
done
the social media? Because that's probably will be the one that I will be best.
at Redistricting MI. We were on Facebook. We're on Instagram.
I haven't seen any of this.
So that's where we are.
So are they being sponsored to where you can get more views, or are we requesting for people to follow it? Like I haven't seen this on social media at all.
We've done boosting with
Yes,
regard.
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
about
we've
the
done that
boosting.
as well, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I don't think that that's working.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
Okay, you said you actually heard about this from your organization.
Mhm.
Do you mind sharing the organization? Maybe we can reach
APRI.
out to them and provide information.
Yep. APRI.
APRI?
A. Philip Randolph Institute.
Okay. Executive Director Woods,
Yes, Commissioner Lang.
do you think it would be possible to reach out to that organization and provide them with some of the information, whether it be the flyers or other things that you've provided to other organizations?
Absolutely. They have, to be honest with you, they have been engaged and have participated in the past with our meetings, and we also did a joint effort with them the first time around. I'm trying to remember the name of the high school, Commissioner Eade, Commissioner Rothhorn, and I'm not sure the other commissioner we were at with regards to them. And we also did something with them at Lathrop Village as well. So
Okay.
yes, I'll make sure they have the information. Thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments, Crystal. I'll just shout out our website where you can also find all of this information, as well as an archive of all of our meetings, as well as all of the mapping data and everything that goes into making all of this happen. That is www.michigan.gov/MICRC. Again, MICRC. You can visit that website to stay up to date with all of our meetings and everything else about this process. And feel free to give us a follow on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter at Redistricting Michigan, Redistricting MI. Department of State, has anyone who indicated they would like to provide remote public comment joined?
They have not, however, a actually, there is one that has signed up prior to, that would be Avery.
Avery, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Hello.
Hi, my name is Avery Harbison. I'm coming in from the opposite side of the state over by Holland, Michigan, but I wanted to comment because my girlfriend actually lives right near the affected areas in Davison, and I felt it was important to advocate for map Cizella, just because that map maintains partisan fairness while simultaneously keeping a lot of communities of interest together. And out of all of the maps that there were, I kind of had to go off of, obviously not being super familiar with the culture personally. I looked at a lot of other metrics and especially public comments that other people left, and I felt like that was the one that kept a lot of really important communities together. So I just wanted to come and advocate for that map. And then that will be all for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Avery, for your comments.
Chair, there is a participant with their hand raised online. If you would like them to speak, I believe that it would be this individual's second public comment today, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that Yusuf who I see raised?
That is correct.
Did you speak earlier today, sir?
Hello. No, actually, this is the first time today speaking. I haven't spoken yet.
My apologies. Okay,
Ah.
I will get the timer going and you can begin. Thank you.
And for anyone who would like to provide a second round of public comment, if you can't finish up your thoughts during the first allotted 3 minutes, we do invite you to, if you're in person, sign up again, or if you're virtual, let us know and we'll give you some additional time to finish up your thoughts. Yusuf, you can proceed.
Hello, Commissioners, and thank you. My name is Yusuf. I'm calling to advocate for the Crane and the Dove maps. These maps keep the Chaldean communities in Sterling Heights Troy and Rochester Hills together. Please don't split the Chaldean communities and choose either of the Crane or the Dove maps. Thank you so much, commissioners, for all your hard work. Have a great day.
Thank you, Yusuf. Okay, I believe that concludes the remote public comment. And we do not have anybody signed up currently to provide live in-person testimony. Once again, we will be here until 7 p.m. If anyone wants to come through, we are here. We are available to hear from you about what you think about these different district plans for Michigan's state senate. At this time, we will break until 5:45. See you then, folks.
Mhm. What's the, her what? Oh, they can't have it. Oh, it is. Abby Edward. Can you please give me a call? Got a question for you. Trying to remember something with regards to A. Philip Randolph, and know I worked with you on that. Thanks for your consideration. I hope all is well with you and yours. I'm Edward Woods.
All right, folks, just a little update. I know it is 5:47. Unfortunately, we still do not have anybody who has come through and signed up to provide comments, so we will check again at 6:15. Just another update for those joining us via Zoom. We still do not have anyone who has shown up to provide a public comment on these maps. We will be here until 7 p.m., but right now we do not have anybody. We will be here once again until 7 for anybody who wants to come and provide comment to the commission about Michigan's Senate districts. We will continue to break until 6:45. All right, folks, welcome back. We do have one speaker who is signed up to provide live testimony to the commission. I'd like to welcome Mr. Gary Moorhead.
Well, I thank you, and I got applause from one commissioner already before I even said anything. That's great. Thank you for the partisan fairness presentation this afternoon. It probably cleared up some things in my mind, probably helped me get confused about a few other things, but in general, I really appreciate that testimony and also the questions and answers that went on after that. That was very, very helpful. I want to say that I want to agree with Commissioner Lett on one thing, and that is that partisan fairness is important, but let's remember it's like technically it's fourth, but it's I would say third behind VRA, communities of interest, and then partisan fairness to make things a little bit simpler. Okay, it's really important, and I really want you to strive to get to the best map that you can on partisan fairness, but only after you've done the best map that you can on VRA and on communities of interest. So on VRA, there are gradations among the fours. I mean, you already know that there's one map with 3 and almost a fourth. And that suggests that there can be, so it's like 3.9 or something like that, or 3 point whatever. Among the fours, the fourth district is either more strongly performing or weaker, or the terminology that was suggested by some guy towards the back of the room, who I won't name, but who seemed pretty knowledgeable. The fourth district will either perform with moderate confidence, low confidence, or higher confidence, depending upon the ratio of, or the difference between the two numbers that you see on the VRA map PDFs. Where those two numbers are pretty close, it'll perform, and it certainly meets the legal standards, but it may usually perform, but it won't perform with high confidence. It will probably perform some or most of the time. There are other maps that have that fourth district has a larger gap, and those maps will perform with higher confidence. And so there is a way to distinguish between VRA maps, some more than less, some better than less. And I would recommend, I don't think this is in the state constitution, but I would recommend that you prefer maps that have higher performance or higher confidence that they're going to perform. Same thing with more or less with communities of interest. There are maps that perform, but only after VRA. There are maps that perform more on COI and less on COI. And I would just do that after you look at the gradations of VRA, and that's it. Was that 3 minutes?
That was.
Can I sign up for 2?
You can. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to hit again. I really think that partisan fairness is important, but I think legally and ethically, you're bound to look first at VRA, and there is a way to distinguish between different VRA maps as opposed to just simply all of them are okay, or all but one would for the 12th would require more legal arguing, I guess. And there is the same way to, I think, distinguish on COI, and then you get to VRA, or sorry, you get to partisan fairness. And as Dr. Hanley said, there are small differences that essentially you're going to look at these maps and say the fairness is the same. But I think by the time you've already looked at the first two, VRA and COI, you're now down to maybe just a couple maps. And if they both have similar partisan fairness, at that point, I think you're definitely down to commissioner judgment. So that's what I would suggest. I know there's a role for human beings in this decision-making process, I know there's a role for numbers and standards. But ultimately, it's going to come down to the commission looking at a small number of really competitive maps, and just bear in mind, there's a 1, 2, 3 process that I would recommend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moorhead. We appreciate your comments. Department of State, has anybody who signed up to speak virtually joined?
They have not.
All right, well, it is 6:53. Do we have an executive director's report today?
Just a brief report. Just want to remind everyone to hashtag show up, speak up. Tomorrow is the last day. I repeat, tomorrow's the last day for our public hearings. After that, the last day for public comment will be Friday, June 21st. Once again, tomorrow is the last day for public hearings as relates to the 12 maps, 6 collaborative, 6 individual. And then on Friday, June 21st, will be the last day to submit a public comment to the commission with regarding the map. So if you know anyone that is interested in speaking, you can sign up and provide remote comments. You have until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning to do that for tomorrow. Otherwise, you can meet us at the Renaissance High School and sign up on location and speak. But we want to encourage anyone and everyone who has a stake in this process to hashtag show up and speak up to ensure that your voice is being heard for the commission. Once again, we want to thank the great people here at King, known and unknown, who made things happen for us. We greatly appreciate the hospitality. And once again, want to remind the public, it is so important for you to take this opportunity to show up and speak up as relates to the draft Senate proposed plans that the commission's considering. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ede, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Are there any announcements today? Are there any acknowledgements? Commissioner Lang.
I don't have pardon me, an acknowledgement, but I wanted to know, since we have a couple of minutes, if maybe for tomorrow's public hearing, when it comes to the public comment portion and our rules for public comment, if maybe we could also include in there that when giving public comment, I think it would be best if the public does not make comment about other members of the public to kind of keep any possible friction. I think we want everybody to feel comfortable in giving their public comment, regardless of what that public comment is. So if we could ask the public not to call out other members of the public, I think that might make our public comment go a little bit smoother. Just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lang. I think some of that is covered in the rules behind public comment.
Sure, I'll just be more deliberate and intentional. And Commissioner Lang, if I'm not, please correct me tomorrow.
I'd like to acknowledge where we are today, Martin Luther King Junior High School in Detroit. We appreciate the venue space and being here in this auditorium. Also like to acknowledge all of the folks that make these meetings happen, whether it be our vendors, our staff. We had quite a few staff members in today, like Dr. Lisa Hanley and members of our legal team. The work that went into printing these maps, Mr. Ryan in the back showing folks differences between them and how to comment on them and post public comments, as well as our language translation services and sign language interpreters. Also like to give a shout out to the AV team who does a very good job in making sure that we can have this setup that combines in person and virtual. and dealing with all of our many tech issues. We appreciate y'all. It is 6:58 PM. Are there any motions,
I
Commissioners?
move we adjourn. I want you to know I'm speaking in the microphone.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Callahan to adjourn for the day. All those in favor of the motion? Oh, discussion, yes. Is there any discussion on the motion? You know, it's kind of a funny thing. I actually, when I was reading Robert's rules the other day, it said that motions to adjourn don't require discussion. So that's, I learned something new while studying it. So, but we've been doing it, so we'll figure that out. Anyways, let's go to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, raise your hand and say nay.